All right, skip 10-15 minutes if you're watching the playback. Skip 10-15 minutes. If you're watching the playback, skip 10-15. What's good? What's good? What's good? Man, so versatile. Said average, average, average. ABG gang, what up? Yeah. What y'all been on? What have y'all been on? If you're watching the playback, skip like 10 minutes. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you like this live stream. What's going on? We got 5 people in the building. Let's see if we could get like 30. 30 would be a cool little conversation. But we got 5 people right now. Yeah. So salute to everybody in here, man. Of course, at the 10-minute mark, we will get started. Salute to everybody that's here, the 5 people that's here. Salute to everybody up in here. Man, James Dykin said he's Tyrone Maxing. Good luck with that shit. RECCA coin biology boys, yeah. Well, salute to everybody in there, man. Salute. We got 8 people in here. That's what's up. If anybody wants to come on the stream and chop it up, feel free to do so. And I'll start throwing people in at like probably the 15-minute mark. We'll start getting people in, but get in the StreamYard. Let me share the StreamYard. There go the link right there. So yeah, if anybody want to come on, also it's in the description. So if you want to get on the StreamYard, you want to chop it up, you want to get on the actual live, send the description. Oh, the Snapchat going off right now. Rec room. Crazy. But salute to everybody that's watching, man. About to get started in a minute or so. Alright. So what's up? That what up? Got high tier Becky snapping him. Crazy. He says Stacy Lights. Crazy. Crazy. But yeah, man. If anybody wants to get on the call, you can get on the call. Other than that, we answering questions, chopping it up. Damn, this group of people are horrible. This audience horrible as fuck. Where is everybody at? What's a black pill moment you had recently? I don't really classify myself as black pill, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, well, I believe in the lookism shit, but I don't really get down with this black pill. Like, yeah, if you're ugly, you're cooked. Yeah, whatever. But there's no point of making a video on it whether I'm having kids or not. Uh, I guess so, but it's not gonna be in no family type of thing. But yeah, I'll definitely have a couple of kids just randomly. I wouldn't mind. Video on how black men played on hard mode in the West. We've already talked about that multiple times. There's multiple videos about this. You know, if you're black, you're cooked. Or I should say, if you're black and you're not a Tyrone, you're cooked, basically. You know what I mean? And it's just as simple as that. Again, like I've already made a video on that. I've already talked about this. How can AVG black guys get to know they can't? You got any non-female related videos coming? Yeah. Hang on a second. Would you do a reaction video to DJ Cutter reviewing your video? Who's DJ Cutter? Or who's DJ Kudo? Or whatever. Send the link. Drop the link. Yeah, who's DJ Kudo or whatever? And what video is he talking about me? No. I don't get down with the black pill community. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a black pill. I'm not black pilled. Yeah, I guess. No, drop a link in the comment section of this video. On the video, not the live. Or just go drop the link. Drop the link in the latest video. I'll see it. Drop the link in the latest video or on one of the videos. If you can't drop it in here right now. In your opinion, why do you think that black women look down on AVG black men when every other race of women can get down with AVG men? Do you know? Well, women in general don't like average men in general, but the other races of women are more like they don't desire average men at all in any race, but they're more willing to just settle. You know what I mean? Earlier on than 40 years old. You know what I mean? But black women seem to like not be willing to settle at all until they're like really washed up. You know what I mean? Like when they're young, when they're in their 20s, even their 30s. You know, it's about Tyrone and it's about Pooky and Ray Ray. You know what I mean? And if you don't fit into that category, they're just totally disinterested and some in some cases disrespectful. You know what I mean? And so, but make no mistake, like white women, Asian, they don't want average men either. But they're more willing to fucking just settle. Honestly, they're more willing to just at 22 years old, they'll end up in a relationship with some average looking white guy. But trust me, it doesn't mean that it's burning desire. It doesn't mean that she's actually interested. You know what I mean? Genuinely. Nobody's cosplaying as white women. And like you guys have to stop saying that shit. Nobody's trying. Trust me, black people do not desire to be white at all. You understand? But there is like the features themselves specifically, like the blue eyes or like the blonde hair and stuff like that. It's not like, for example, I like women. I like when black women wear blonde hair. I don't like white girls like that. Like I don't, especially I don't like I like Italian looking or even brunette or whatever the case may be. I don't like blonde hair, blue eyed white girls like that. Now I don't. Oh fuck them if she look good, but I'm not. That's not like when I'm swiping through dating apps. That doesn't really get my attention. Really, just being honest with you. The prototype, and this is why like it just makes me laugh when I just see people talking about how everybody wants to be. No, everybody does not want to be white. Yeah. Now, anyway, what I'm saying is the blonde hair on a black woman. I'm attracted to that, regardless of the fact that I don't even like blonde white women. So the blonde hair on the black woman just happens to look good. You understand? Like these things just happen to just look good. It's not because we're trying to be white. Even though there is like this, again, because of colonization, because of EU genetics and all this bullshit into the DNA, there's like this desire that people have to get a little bit closer to the white beauty standard. But it's not, it doesn't actually mean that you want to be a full out Caucasian. I promise you, black women do not desire to be Caucasian. And black women, the general population of black women and the general population of black women are not trying to get a white man. I promise you. You know what I mean? So stop watching these fucking stupid ass videos that's making you think that it's all about being white and worshiping and desiring white. It's not true. You understand? Like in a lot of community, like most women aside from white women, most women they don't even like they just view white guys as like soft and like you know what I mean? And they talk shit about they have pink penises and all this other shit. So just stop. And guys are still as we speak, guys are still coping about this. It's due to the media indoctrination why our ladies act they bought into the false product and must act. Even black men act like this. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Cosplaying as white women. And even in a situation like that, that is a minority. Most women are not, black women are not trying to be. I'm telling you, nobody cares about white people or what white people are doing. Nobody cares. Just nobody cares. And this is how I know most guys, they're not even around women like that. They're just fucking sitting on the internet, on the outside looking in and sitting on the fucking internet coming to conclusions. I don't like blonde stay. I don't like them. I'll fuck if she just looks objectively good and she's down, I'll fuck them. I'll fucked a handful of them. I don't like blonde hair, blue eyed at all. I don't like it. It's just not my thing. You know, I like again, like I like Italian or like even like maybe Russian if she's darker colored haired, like But this Irish or whatever fucking country of origin, the blonde haired, blue eyed thing, whatever, Germany, whatever it is, it's just not. I don't give a fuck about that. A lot of black dudes are delusional about Asian bitches. What you mean? Like, why does this guy keep talking about close to as white? Who cares? Who fucking cares about blonde hair and all this? Who gives a fuck? Most black people are fine. They go in and out of it. Like the same black woman that will wear the blonde hair. You look at her 2 months later, she got braids in now. Like, who gives a fuck? My boy, yours truly in here. My boy. My boy, yours truly. I think records coping is not about being white in and of itself. It's about the privilege of being white, not the color. What do you think about going to countries like Japan? Do what you want. And that's another thing with some of you dumbasses with this whole West African thing. Obviously, when somebody says East African, what do they mean when they say East African? They say East African because they know that you're going to automatically imagine somebody that looked like Ruby Rose or Nipsey. That's why they say East African or whatever, like a Somalian or Ethiopian, Eritrean, that type of look. Tanzania, that type of look. That's what somebody means when they say East African. So when we say West African, we say West African because we know that you're gonna think of somebody that looks like Michael Blackson or the comedian Godfrey. You understand? Wale is Nigerian, like somebody that looks like that, like a West African. When you say West African, somebody that looks Ghanaian or Nigerian or whatever the case may be. You understand? And motherfuckers just want to just fucking cry and bitch when you say West African and complain about how, oh, well, there's different types of looks of, well, who gives a fuck? You know what the fuck I mean when I say West African. You know what I mean? There's people in East Africa that look like how a Nigerian or like a traditional Nigerian or Ghanaian would look. Traditional. So what the fuck are we fucking talking about? How many biddies we knocked down this month? I only touched like 3. Then get the fuck off my live then. Get the fuck out of here then. That's you Western people. Then get the fuck out of here then. Okay. RECCA, how do I get girls as an incel? Maybe you can't. You know what I mean? Maybe you can't. Dudes out here saying Asian girls are easy if you're a black man. Dudes are just fucking retarded, man. Dudes are just so fucking retarded. Like, and it depends on. First of all, like when it comes to dating outside your race, the easiest quote black person, and this isn't even fully black if you think about it, but the easiest black man to date outside his race would be a mixed guy. You know what I mean? It would be a guy with whether that's you're like black with an Indian mixed look, or black and white mixed, or black and Asian mixed, or whatever, black and Hispanic. Like the more mixed you look, basically the dude with the good hair, basically. The more mixed you look, of course you have to be attractive with it. You know what I mean? But typically most people who are mixed end up being good looking. But the more mixed you look, you probably have the biggest options in the black community, even though you're not fully black. But you'll have the biggest options in the black community of interracial dating over like the full black Tyrones. Again, a lot of this is gonna come down to attractiveness anyway. If the Tyrone looks more attractive than you, even though you're mixed, he'll probably have more options than you. You know what I mean? But in general, like let's just say you have everything else is equal, the mixed guy is gonna have the best. I see it all the time. I literally see it all the time. You know what I mean? So that's that. So, but specifically talking to the Asian girls, yeah, if you're not an above average looking guy, and a lot of times this includes being at least average height. And when I say elite, I'm talking like 5'10" or up. They're not really fucking with you like that, unless you can get with an ugly Asian girl or a super mid one. But an actual attractive, objectively attractive, like a ABG, they're not fucking with you unless you're above average. Some type of way. Now I've dealt with, like I remember at the end of last year, I dealt with this extremely attractive. She was from Australia and she was Filipino. And the only reason why she probably was trying to fuck with me is because she said that I look like Brent Fayez. So from her perspective, I was above average. You know what I mean? In looks. So my height didn't really matter. But, you know, if you take the celebrity lookalike out of it, she probably wouldn't even have had nothing to do with me. You understand? Going to Caravana. Every single Asian girl that I saw was with, you know, you see like two Filipino looking girls and they're with a group of, or there were two or three, you know what I mean, 6 foot tall black guys. You know what I mean? You'll never see like pretty Asian girls walking around with some mid average looking 5'6", 7, 8 black guy. You never see shit like that unless they're not that attractive. Everybody says I got an Ethiopian look. Would you say FedEx Fearless is a Tyrone? No. Not only does he use not only did I hear he's on steroids, his hairline is receding. Um, he's not objectively attractive like that. He also doesn't really have the cool gene. He kind of he kind of is whitewashed-ish. I know that doesn't really matter as far as like the actual genetics of a Tyrone, but like, you know, all like as a whole package, he's not really that dude. And if you even look at his infield, like where he's approaching, where he's just getting constantly rejected, like everybody else. I've talked to Chinese girls. They hate black. Yeah, they really hate black people. They hate black people. They call black people monkeys and shit like that. What type of ethnicity of girls like the Arab look? Now here's what I'll say. I've seen a lot of black girls actually go and fuck. I think it's because these guys throw a lot of money, but a lot of black girls have fucked with Arab guys before. I think it's because they throw money though. I honestly think that's what it is. Like like a lot of black girls will actually get in relationships with Arabs. I've noticed that. I've seen the Pretty Little Reality chick. She's not that fine. I'm not. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks that way. I guess you could say she's above average, but something about her doesn't really, like, she's not like this hot ass girl to me. I don't know what it is. I think it's because I know that she was also a sex worker. That also takes away. Yo, no. I was just fucking with you, bro. He said, "Yo, Rec, I wasn't trying to brag on the last stream. More so just showing you respect." No. I wasn't even. I was literally just joking, just to make the point that I wanted to make. You know. What this fool talking about now? Just mad how this society low key wanted this, quote unquote, like he's still on it. How tall are you, bro? 5'7". Serious question though. When you got a girl coming over, how soon do you start to escalate towards sex? As soon as I feel like it. You seem very direct with your approach, so curious on how fast you get to sex. As soon as I feel like it, when it makes sense. Rekka, how did you get rid of approach anxiety? You just fucking go up and approach. Scared to talk the whole shit, or you just never had it? I kind of never had it either. I've had it and not had it at the same time. Like I've always kind of been, you know, down to approach. You know, I've had moments of approach anxiety, but I've always, for the most part, like been able to approach. True genuine burning desire starts at high tier normie. How do you know that? And even then, it's gonna become from ABG. Like, how do you know that? Some of you guys, how do you know these things? FedEx Fearless isn't as natural. Isn't that natural? He takes medicine. I'm sure he does. Dating is very hard here in Australia. I'm sure it is. What he said? He said Arab guys get active in Canada. Pretty little reality, cool. If you gymnax, you 10 times your likes. I do agree, bro. I do agree with that. But it really and truly is just gonna just mean more matches. It doesn't mean more sex. It literally doesn't. It doesn't mean more girls are gonna want to link you just because you have muscles. Now I'm telling you, go to the video, the last video I put out with that guy. He was sending. I didn't put them in the video, but he was sending me screenshots of bitches responding to his fucking on Hinge of his gym bro fucking pictures, talking about you sexy and this, and still the same way I get fucking, same way I start conversations, I get messages saying hey, and start the conversation, and within 3 messages the bitch is gone. The same thing with his gym max body. It's the same literally. The only difference is now she's throwing a little validation out there. Oh, you sexy. Oh, you look so good. And then she still did. So it doesn't mean it literally does not mean more hookups or more link ups. It doesn't. Muscles will be saturated. What does that mean? I don't live in Brampton. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, how do you know I live in Brampton? I don't live in Brampton. So what are you talking about? How do you know if you're a Tyrone? How do I become a nonchalant dreadhead like RECCA? Well, money maxing saved me. I'm getting serious money now. The world just glazes on Euro. That is true. That is true. That is true. But being a European as a whole is not this. It's not like. So in other words, it's not like if a black woman, you don't see black women just simping and chasing behind white men. You don't see it, and you're never gonna see it. You understand? But you will see them simping for the black men that have more of a phenotype that fits into like a Tupac or like an LE Chopper or even NBA young boy, like guys that fit more into to a more closer to the Eurocentric beauty standard, because those features are attractive. Fucking, I might have a link up just now, but those features are attractive features. But it's the combination of those features and also the Afro features that make it attractive. Does that make sense? Versus just being white. I'll be back in a second, y'all. But yeah, this whole thing about how the world wants to be white. Yeah, but this whole thing about how the world wants to be white, it just I needed to stop. I really needed to stop. Like seriously, I needed to stop. And I like this comment. Chad and Tyrone are their own race. Facts. Black women don't simp and chase white men because white men don't want them. And this is the stupidity. Like this is the thing. Guys don't really understand. For the same reason that black women don't want, it's gonna keep hitting me up. For the same reason that black women don't want nerd black men, they like Pooky and Ray Ray. It's the same reason they don't want white men either. And let's just talk about the biology for a second. They like Afro features just like they fucking like they like the Afrocentric features of their own men. Like this is what I'm saying. Like people who are brainwashed into thinking that everybody in the world is just simping over white people is just so stupid. Yes, the white beauty standard is has been into the DNA. The white beauty standard with specific features are always going to be favored in every race. The people who are closer to that standard, but it doesn't mean that just being a full out Caucasian person makes you, or it doesn't mean that being a full out Caucasian person is going to make black women simp for you, or white or Asian women automatically simp for you because you're white. It doesn't work that fucking way. And for some reason, people just don't want to understand that. But yeah, the closer you are to the white beauty standard within each race, the more attractive you're going to be within the race, though. You understand? Which means that Chris Brown is still going to be wanted. And if you don't believe me, just look at who's going to the concerts of a lot of these people. Who fills up the fucking NBA YoungBoy concerts? Who fills up the Chris Brown concerts? But then who fills up the Justin Bieber concerts? You understand? Who King 6 8 the Great and Duke Dennis? Who what is their following gonna be made up mainly of? Who's gonna be in their likes and comments mainly? But who's gonna be mainly in the comments of, your average like a Justin Bieber, or your average like white pretty boy TikToker? Is it black women that's in there throwing the hard eyes, or is it white women? So like what are we really fucking talking about? But when you don't fucking know shit and you worship the white community, you worship white women and white men, then you think the whole world does. And it's just not true. Oh, I got a bitch coming over. She just paid $50 for an Uber. She should. Nah, you'll fuck. If she's doing that, you'll fuck for sure. Black men and women need to stay away from all this Euro life and beauty approach. This is why I pray. No, nobody needs to start. Nobody needs to stay away from anything. People could do what the fuck they want to do. Asian men simp over white women, but on average, the desire isn't reciprocated. If you 5'8" but have longer arms and lankier proportions, do you think you get a little proportion? Yeah, like 5'8" is where you start to actually look like a longer, like for example, the clips. Okay, if you know the rapper Pusha T, he used to be in a group with his brother. Okay, and they just came back out with a new album. Now, I want you to go on YouTube and type in when you have time clips, CLIPSE, the clips. Pusha T and his brother when this is back in the 2000s. Okay, and just look at any pictures of them or watch the videos. The brother is like 5'6", and then Pusha T is like 5'8", maybe 5'8" and a half. And just that 2 to 2.5 inch difference, you can kind of just see Pusha T's body just looks more longer and just more proportion, whereas the brother just looks short and it's like he kind of looks stumpier. You understand? And it really makes a difference if you actually just look at them standing next to each other. It really makes a difference. RECCA, I know you from Humber. What does that have to do with anything, bro? What's your name? What does that have to do with me living in Brampton? I lived in Brampton at that time, but I don't see what that has to do with anything now. It's literally just Eurocentric, to be honest. This is why representation matters, because people will literally be out here think certain races features are more attractive. And if it's all about the white, that's another thing. If it's all about the white beauty standard, like we love Asian girls for their chinky eyes, and they're more like a lot of Asian girls. We love Asian girls, and a lot of Asian girls, they don't have white noses, not sharp, pointy noses and shit like that. Not all of them. A lot of them have flat. A lot of them have more nostril exposure and shit like that. And we still find them extremely attractive. So all this shit about the Eurocentric, get the fuck out of here. I'll be back in a second. Somebody was just on the. If you still want to come on the thing, come on. Simple as that. So thoughts on idiots who pay for box? Do what you want. Me and you and a two-man would be LeBron and D Wade. You said the issue records features. Let's be real. Most people of our race think our natural features ain't attractive when it's not. No, no. Our features are fine when it's proportioned well. It's just really that simple. It's not about the features themselves. Like you got black people with big noses and lips who are actually physically attractive with bigger noses and lips because it's proportioned well onto their face. So it's all about attractive. It's not about features. It's not about featureism. Yeah, it's like an excuse that people who are not that attractive use to make themselves feel better, but it's really just a lack of a lack of symmetry, facial symmetry, and a lack of desirability. What's the reason why black women don't want? Because it's not attractive. I don't even. When I was growing up, I didn't even want to be friends with nerdy black guys and shit. I didn't even really want to fuck with them like that. What are your takes on statistics? Who gives a fuck? Stats don't justify your reasoning, Jason. People don't stop simping over someone just because reciprocation doesn't exist. If that was the case, an ugly motherfucker would pretty much be asexual. Thank you. How do I get white Stacy lights in college as an average black guy? You can't. I've noticed in Australia, white dudes at the top. That's just like that just makes sense. Asian girls don't want you. White girls are hard, and black dudes are passing around the same black girls. Yeah, that pretty much just sounds like the West to me. Sounds like the West to me. Are you sure fine black women go for regular white men over regular black men? What are you fucking talking about, man? I'm serious. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about in this chat? Fine black women who go for white men is usually going to be a Chad. What are you talking about? I just like I don't understand what world people are living in. I do not see average looking white guys just running around slaying extremely beautiful. I don't know what guys are talking about out here. I see them getting used for their fucking money and resource. I do see that. I see them getting used for that fucking credit card, but I do not see beautiful women of any race just running behind average looking white men. Like they like truly desiring them. I do not see that at all. Have you heard of King 688? Most original indigenous people in the world have. Yeah, it's the brainwashing. The world prefers white people or Eurocentric people from their own race. It depends country from country which one is preferred. Like in India, I see white is preferred. And again, like a lot of this has to do with a lot of this has to do with the fact that white people tend to have like an edge up in society when it comes to stability, when it comes to financial freedom, wealth, and all this type of thing. So a lot of people want, like a lot of ethnic cultures and shit like that are Asian and Indian shit like that are the parents actually will pressure them, especially in these countries. The parents will be pressuring them. Oh, you should get with a white guy because you know his family. So a lot of times when you're seeing this, it's not because they're just sitting there rubbing their fucking pussies to white men and going and seeking white men. A lot of them they're just taught to try to end up in a long-term situation with a white man. I think my Tyrone friend was telling me this Asian girl told him that her mom was trying to get her like, yo, you need to marry a white man so we can have that bloodline in our family as far as like to have an easier time in society, basically. And she didn't want to do it, probably because she likes to fuck with Tyrones, but she didn't really, or maybe she just likes her own race, whatever. But she didn't want to do it, and the mom was pissed off. So a lot of this JBW shit, that's what it is. You know what I mean? It's not about that the white person. Now, Chad is Chad, right? Stacy is Stacy. But it's not just that, oh, just have white people. There's plenty of blonde hair, blue eyed white people out there that are just whatever. They're just average. They're not desired like that just because they have blonde hair and blue eyes. Like, what are we fucking talking about? Stop copy and pasting in the same comment, or I'm gonna block you out of the. I'm gonna kick you out this fucking chat. I saw it the first time. I don't worship. What are you on? If anything, I generally believe having more dark and having nose area, white face makes you look younger and pure. I don't find 90% Asian women attractive. I'll add you in educated. I'm gonna add you in a second. Whatever happened with the girls you got with on the three-way, I actually ended up deleting the main girl that I ended up deleting her off of Snap because I was trying to put my next boy on the other girl, and she took like 3 days to open my fucking, so I just deleted it. And then yesterday she like re-added me and was like, oh, why'd you delete me? And I was like, why not? And she's like, oh, okay, bet, and then deleted me again. So that's how that ended. Like, I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not really into like recycling unless it's a girl I'm really attracted to and the vibes and whatever. I don't really care about recycling like that. Like, once I fuck, I'm pretty much seeking the next. You do debates or not really, because most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so I find like just debating is like a waste of time. Maybe I missed context of what you were saying. Let me just catch up on these comments and I'm gonna get my boy educated. You got to point out fine sisters using white men. Deep down, literally, I had a girl, a very pretty Ghanaian girl. She looked more like she was Nigerian, but she was Ghanaian though. She like brown skin, whatever. But she was very pretty. I linked her back in, I want to say maybe April time, somewhere there. And I remember she was telling me her ex boyfriend was like basically like a Chad Arab, basically. And she was just talking mad shit about him, how he was vanilla, and talking about how he all he wanted to do was missionary, and he used to moan her name, and he was a pussy, and he would pay for everything, and he would buy her this. Like, there was no endearment there in what she was saying. Educated, come back if you want to get on. Stop leaving. But she kept fucking complaining about. Not complaining. She was just talking. It didn't sound like. You see what I'm saying? So these guys are getting used. Stop sitting around and looking at who people are with and thinking that it automatically means preference. Like, just stop doing it. I see average white guys with Stacy's and Asian baddies all the time, especially, and a lot of this is because guys think that what they're seeing is somebody average, like this has a lot to do with it too. Guys think, oh, it's just average. It's kind of like how, guys that I know that are Tyrones, or like they're actually above average. They view themselves as just regular guys, even though they're over 6 foot tall and mixed looking, but they think they're average. You know what I mean? It's the same shit. Guys will look at somebody and underrate him too. You know what I mean? You do not just see average white guys with white Stacy's and baddie. And if you see it, I'm telling you, he's compensating. He's not out here just loving the girls like that. You know what I mean? Or he's not out there just being extremely desired like that. You know what I'm saying? And maybe his swag makes you think that he looks average, but if you actually look at his actual genetics, is he average with baddie? And maybe you're also, a lot of you guys also overrate the living hell out of these fucking Asian and these Asian and white women in India. You overrate the bitch is a fucking 5, and you think she's a fucking 8.5. It's not that other races think black dudes are ugly. It's because we're at the bottom pole of things like that matter, like power and wealth. I agree with that. What did your parents say to marry? My parents didn't say to do anything in terms of who to marry or whatever. My parents, of course, they try to push that fucking, get with a Christian. When we were like younger and shit, they would try to tell us that, they should be a Christian or whatever. Well, obviously, after a certain point when that the Christianity brainwashing wasn't working, we didn't really hear them say too much about who to get with. They never really said, oh, don't get with a white person, or, you know what I mean? Now, deep inside, they probably would prefer the person to be black. You know what I mean? But they never tried to discourage against race or anything. Do you agree that we live in the easiest time to get laid? Um, if you have a decent sexual market value, yeah, now's the easiest time. I believe the only reason we could fix this is through the financial freedom and stability. Oh, he's still on here crying about the black community. I could use my wealth to get Asian and white bitches, but it's unsustainable. Dark Wing, I'm gonna tell you one more time. Do not fucking copy and paste the message again. If I see you do it again, I'm kicking you out of the chat. I read it the first fucking time, man. It matters because certain groups on average hold a typical narrative which is often placed on all individuals of said group. Think about it, we'll be controlling our image without no foreign intervention. JBW is real. Okay. If it's about power and wealth, then Asian men should be desired since they have advanced nations. Again, this guy is just such a fucking idiot, man. These guys, and I see this guy in my comments. People are just fucking stupid. Or at least what you're saying is fucking stupid. Because I know you guys are not dumb if you're on this channel, but what you're saying is fucking retarded. You understand? Asian people do not have power worldwide. White people do. The Caucasian does. This guy is talking about having advanced nations. Like, who gives a fuck? Okay, they're advanced in Japan, Korea, and China. Who gives a fuck? In America and Canada, being a nerdy black guy will seem abnormal, just like a ghetto Asian. In one case, one question went right, the other question went wrong. Okay, so we're caught up on the fucking comments. So whenever you're ready, educated. What you think of taking certain drugs to reduce all that reproaching? It's a waste of time. Taking drugs is a waste of time, and alcohol is a waste of time too because it wears off. Power and wealth is everything. Most Asian countries are white worshipping puppets. All right, let me get my man in here. Yo,
What's good, Rec? How you doing, man?
what's up? What's up?
Nothing. I got kind of sidetracked because I was going to comment on something that I think I forget his name. Jason, I think, said earlier, but you might be off that topic now.
Now what's up?
I, I wasn't going to ramble on it. I was just going to say, because I've been nuked off YouTube, so I don't have no channel no more. But when I used to argue with race pillars all the time. I used to argue with all type of people, like black dudes, everybody, into everybody. And I've never said JBW doesn't exist. My point has always been there is a certain segment of dudes online that are coping it. They're coping about it and they're overrating it and they make it their identity and you could tell it's an insecurity because they always randomly bring it up. Like dudes have followed me to different channels and commented like, yo, educated Pooky, can you talk about JBW? Can you talk about, and I'm like, yo, y'all dudes, because what it is, the unattractive brads that can't really take advantage of it unless they go to like Southeast Asia. And even then they're
Wait, wait,
getting
wait.
like they're getting like
You
5
said
out of 10 Filipino chicks. So who cares?
you wait, wait, wait. You said
Because I've debated people over this top. Oh, go
hold on.
ahead. My bad.
You said you said which can't take advantage of it? You're saying that the mid looking white guys?
Well, I'm saying no, they're below mid. I'm saying the dudes online complaining about this, a lot of them dudes are like 3 out of 10, 3.5 out of 10, 4 out
Yeah.
of 10. Like they're below average.
And the black guys you're saying, or the
No, I'm
non-white
saying
guys.
that the white dudes that are overly concerned with the JBW topic because nobody said it doesn't exist or that certain women um overrate dudes, but when they take it to the extreme, like, oh, I seen an average dude with all these Stacys and Naomi's and these black chicks that were 9s out of 10. I'm like, no,
It
whenever
is
I see that, it's a
cap.
fucking Chad. The
Exactly.
one thing you could say sometimes, and this is I've seen this from like I've seen like literally I've posted like examples of couples I saw in real life on my community post, right? And I would get people's opinions on if the couples were like, mid-tier normie, high tier, whatever, right? Whenever it was a Brad with a skinny black chick that was, let's say, a 5 or 6, I would notice if I posted that same chick with a black boyfriend, people would rate her lower just because she had a black boyfriend. So they're not even being honest with themselves with their own biases. Cause I'm like, bro, this is the
It's true.
same mid like black chick, but just because he's
Uh,
with a Brad, y'all are overrating her act. And I'm like, bro, this is a mid.
in general, I noticed that people will just fucking adjust and not even be honest about what their own rating of people are just to fit the narrative that they want to do. So I have one friend who will come in the fucking group chat and put hashtag real life because he's trying to deny the things that I'm saying. So he'll fucking send a fucking a post of like some like
Oh, a
four out of
fat dude
ten
with a girlfriend or something.
some 4 out of 10 chubby black dude with a non-black girl, right? Because I'm always saying that if you're ugly or if you're medium ugly, you're not getting
Oh
attractive
yeah,
women
yeah,
from other
yeah.
races. So he'll send him with his girlfriend, but then his girlfriend is mid at best. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And try and he's like, oh well, nah, she's cute. No, she's a fucking 4 to 5 at best. You understand? So don't try to send this and try to warp this to make it seem like black men are out here doing their thing. And then there's another guy that he'll send. He's like a 5'3" Ghanaian guy,
Mm.
and he sent a video of him DJing, and then these white girls were dancing on him. And I'm like, bro, he's the DJ for the fucking party. Now talk to me. Did he take these bitches back to the room and fuck the shit out of them?
Probably
So what are
not.
we talking about? Like, what are we really talking about? So people will just say shit
And
or to try to
Recca,
warp it to fit what they want to believe. But the reality is reality. You know what I mean? What I see is I see with the whole JBW thing, I see guys that are objectively attractive can attract all different types of women. That's what I have seen in life.
exactly. But the
Asian,
online dudes focus on divestors, and I'm like, divestors are not the majority of black women. Because if divestors were the majority of black women, in that OK Cupid study, the match rates for black women to white dudes wouldn't be the lowest out of any women. So literally by their own stats, these JBW guys, by their own statistics, Asian, white, and Latino women like white dudes more than black women. That's not my opinion. That's just what bears out in the. But again, they're on TikTok focusing on divestors. I don't. Black dudes with options don't even think about divestors. It's just they beef with black
Facts.
manosphere dudes online. Those are just unattractive black people beefing with each other. That's not the general. Like me and my friends in real life, we rarely ever even talk about divestors. Period.
Yeah,
Like
I don't
even
talk
my
about
average
divestors at
black friends,
all.
we don't even mention divestors.
I don't talk about divestors at all. Like women
Exactly. These dudes are
like Kelly
chronically
Stamps,
online though. That's their
like
issue.
Kelly Stamps. If you ever seen her on
Oh
YouTube,
yeah, no, yeah.
you think I give a
I
fuck about? I'm attracted to her though. I'm attracted to her, but you think I give a fuck about what she's doing? You think I give a fuck that she likes white guys or whatever? You know what I mean? I'm not thinking
exactly.
about what Kelly Stamps is doing.
She
So
could live her life.
what
Cause
does that
me,
have to?
I'm friends
Mhm.
with swirlers in real life, so I don't even. I'm already friends with regular people who date interracially, but they don't have like an animosity about it. So I
Mm.
already have real life marriages. Like some of my friends from college are married, and it's like a Jamaican chick and a white dude, or a white dude and a Caribbean chick, or vice versa. Like or a Jewish dude and a East African chick. Like so, I don't even have to go to statistics. Like I see these regular couples, but they want to choose because again, if they see a skinny hipster black chick that's like a 5, they'll overrate her because she's with a Brad.
It's
Because
crazy.
black and white dudes don't even have the same taste. So 9 times out of 10, a lot of the black women they go after aren't even the same. Because a lot of the women I go after, my friends are like, Pooky, she too skinny. I need a thick chick. Because I like tall, skinny chicks. So a lot of my friends don't even if she okay in the face, they like, she too skinny for me. So
Mm.
I from even though I'm a black dude, I'm a black nigga. Like a lot of my friends don't just because we're both black don't mean we go after the same type of black chicks.
True, true.
So
Like for me, bro, like I tend to like more ratchet. I just use the word ratchet because it's the quickest way for you to get an
yeah,
image of
nah, I
what I'm
know,
talking
yeah.
about. You know what I mean? But like,
Sexy red ratchet or a little
now
chill.
sexy red is it?
Yeah,
Sexy red would be the most extreme form.
yeah,
But I guess they'd be in the same like
yeah. Nah, I fuck.
if you get what I'm saying. But sexy red, like like more like to be honest with you. If I'm gonna be honest with you, Carisha would probably be my most ideal type.
Oh, I fuck with
But
Carisha.
but
I
I'm not
fuck with
fucking Pookie
Carisha.
enough.
I fuck with Carisha.
But I ain't Pookie
Yeah,
enough for Carisha though. Carisha's not gonna fuck with me.
yeah, nah.
But like a less boss bay, you know what I mean?
I
Type of
fuck with
version of
Ruby
her.
Rose too. Ruby Rose, see, I like chicks that are like in that slim, thick range where they got curves, but they're not super. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
They're kind of right in that medium range.
Well, I'm not even talking about body right now. I'm talking about like the type of
Oh
girl.
yeah. But even ratchet wise, Ruby Rose to me is ratchet, but she not too ratchet. Like I would take her before Sexy Red. Even just off of behavior, I would take her before Sexy Red.
I'll be honest with you. I probably would get along with Sexy Red more than Ruby Rose. You know, it's just that Sexy Red is doing a lot for the fucking brand. But I could see kind of through. I could see that you could actually have an actual conversation with her. You know.
Yeah.
But a lot
No,
of people might not be able to see through that. They're just fixated on the, you know what I mean? Fuck my baby daddy. Like they
but
just
Rec, I might disagree with you. Well, not really, but slightly with the you said you wasn't Pooky enough for Carisha.
yeah.
I've seen some Pooky chicks, they'll fuck with not so Pooky dude. Now, in my case, I know it's an exception because like I'm from Philly and it's a hood city and
Yeah.
some of my family's hood. So there's like a juxtaposition of, oh yeah, he's nerdy, but he been locked up and he's kind of whatever. I get it, but like personality wise, all my girlfriends off the rip, they know I'm super nerdy, and they're like, yeah, Pookie, or well, Stefan, I don't mind if you talk about that nerdy shit. Like, I want to hear more about it. Like, they be interested when I be talking about, like, if they hear me debating about some philosophy or politics or some shit, they're like, no, keep talking. I want to hear more about it. So if you get, I guess she gotta like how you look, obviously, but I'm just saying Because I've dated some hood Philly chicks. Like I haven't dated.
It just depends on
Oh
you,
yeah.
honestly. It just depends, cause like I'll tell you this, like I deal with a lot of the women, most of the women that I deal, like when I go down my body count. I don't know if if you've seen in another live. I said I keep track of them by putting the flag for their ethnicity. I save
Oh,
that on
that's lit.
contact
Yeah, that's good.
and a water emoji. So when I put the water emoji, it brings up everybody's name. So when I go down the list, most of them have a Jamaican flag beside them. Most of them is like I said, they like ratchet. Most of the girls that I dealt with. But here's the thing of what makes me of what will make me question the level of which like my pookiness or
Oh, and
whatever,
I
how
date
much
a lot of
pookie.
normie chicks, by the way. I'm not gonna get up here and cap and I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm dating
Well,
Stacy Lights and this and that. No, a lot
well,
of chicks
here's
I
the
date are
thing.
normies just like me. Just to be
Well, here's
clear,
the thing. Here's the
I'm
thing.
so
The women that have been the most attracted to me. Like for example, I had this girl that lived in a place where I'm from called like the neighborhood called Driftwood Court. Okay. Now people
Mhm.
that's from Toronto know about Driftwood or whatever. It's one of the most notorious, legendary hoods
Mm.
basically in Toronto, right? So you would think a girl from there would never even fuck with a dude that's not from that kind of environment. But I linked this girl like 3 times, and this girl was just all over me, loving me, whatever, whatever. You know what I mean? I remember this girl gave me the last time I saw her. This girl gave me a hug on her way out, and I almost was like flustered by the hug because I'm just kind of used to being on some cold hookup shit, right? I wasn't
Hmm.
expecting her to give me that kind of that kind of affection level. Now you would think, and I'm talking to this girl, she's telling me about her brothers. Her brothers are
Oh, she was
active.
giving you the burning desire. That shit.
Basically, the burning desire. Yup,
Yeah, I'm not a
gave me
singer. I'm not a singer.
that. But yeah,
Pardon me, audience. My bad. Pardon me.
okay. I'm gonna break down in a second where I got the burning desire shit from. But but basically, she was telling me her brothers. One of them was active in the street. Like you could tell that she come from a background where the dudes that she's used to being around are on some straight hood shit. You understand? So there's this, right? And then I deal with a lot of girls. Sometimes I link a lot of girls that are like not even from hoods or nothing like that. They're from like suburbs. I grew up in a suburb. They're from my same suburb or places that are even more suburban than where I'm from, outside of Toronto, right? And these black chicks, these are chicks that didn't grow up around any kind of hood shit, any kind of,
Hmm.
you know what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah, I
these
know the
bitches
ones you talk. Yeah, I
and
know the
these
ones you
bitches
talking
are
about. Yeah.
acting. I get around these bitches. These bitches sometimes they don't want to fuck me, whatever, and they're acting like I'm not pooky enough or some shit. You see what I'm saying? So
Oh yeah,
sometimes
that shit. That's weird. That's
you see what
weird.
I'm saying.
Because
So
they're the most far removed from the Pookie environment.
I get. So it can be confusing sometimes because
Yeah.
some girls will make you feel like you ain't street enough, and then girls that are from that fucking environment, you good enough for them. So it's weird.
Yeah.
I learned to
That's
just fucking
crazy.
just. I learned to just fucking just live. You know what I mean? Simple as
Yeah.
that.
That's why niggas gotta take what comes to them. But I think a lot of people focus on just looks or just location, like as far as the passport, bro. Like, oh, just go where you're celebrated. I just think in terms of overall like compatibility or identity or the women that you can conversate with or talk to and it's effortless, it's not like biting your teeth. Whether that's a 5, a 6, a 7, a 4.5, whatever, like you just gotta accept that and be cool with it.
Yeah, it's
Like I
true.
don't like chicks. I've dated some nerdy chicks. I've dated some like
I
boring
don't like
chicks.
nerdy chicks
You know what I
personally.
mean? But
Hmm.
I like it's certain boring chicks I dated, but I never looked at it like, oh no, I want to go out and find a chick that's more compatible and smart because this girl isn't intellectual enough for me. Like I was appreciative of the chemistry we did have, and I'm like, damn, the fact that she's so into me being into these more nerdy interests, and I'm teaching
Yeah,
her about this shit, and like. You know what I mean? I'm looking at it in a positive light for what it is. I'm not like looking for the grass is greener on the other side shit. That was my big disagreement with the passport brews, is because a lot of them aren't being like grounded about it. They're selling it like it's a dream and like it's like a
yeah, it's
no,
crazy.
bro, just get your passport, bro. And I'm like, bro, come on now, y'all. Some of y'all got a
But
lot
hold
of work
on,
to do besides
hold on.
just getting a
Let me
billboard.
let me fucking address this idiot right here. So he says so much cope in this call. Most black men are struggling in dating way harder than white men, which is totally cap. It's just total cap. But anyway, even Tyrones have a hard time go up against a 6 out of 10 white guys in most countries.
Oh
And this
God,
is just
that's
and,
cat. That's
and this
coke.
is just guys. This is just guys
That's
watching
coke.
YouTube videos that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Honestly, this is where this is coming from, bro. Everybody of all different races or whatever are struggling, and everybody of all different races or whatever are getting success.
No, because
It's their
his
fucking
first
face.
statement is disingenuous. Because semantically, it's correct anyway. Because most average and below average dudes are struggling regardless. So it's
Yeah,
like we all already agree on that. But
but
then he
white
keeps
or
going
black,
with the second conclusion. I'm like, nah, your logic's a little bit off.
bro. Every day I look, I see white guys that are average looking that I know are not getting no fucking women. And if you look at the average guy that's in the incel community,
Some of
see,
them were my subscribers.
same here.
I had white dudes on my old channel that wanted me to debate other white dudes because they was like, yo, Stefan, they're coping. If JBW was that powerful, why are all of us subscribed to your channel? If that's the case,
Yeah.
why do
This is
all
what
of
I'm
us have
saying.
less of a body count than you? Like, so
Look
I'm
at the
like,
guy
yeah, you
DB.
kind of right. You make it
Look,
like they are kind of like I said, because it be random streams that's on a whole nother topic, and they'll bring it up in my comments. I'm like, bro, that's not even a.
look at the guy DBDR. Okay, yeah, I know he says that he's super ugly or whatever, but he's like what 6'1".
Well, I think he got remeasured and he was 5'11", but either way,
Oh
that's
yeah,
not bad.
but either way, like
Either
he's
way,
like
yeah.
he should have something. Shouldn't he have like a ugly chick or a fat chick? He couldn't even get that. So if it's all about just be white and you'll get something, why didn't he? You see what I mean? But and he's back, by the way. His channel's back under a different name.
Oh yeah.
But
DVDR is cool though. I made
I
a
like him. I really like.
yeah, I
I
fuck with
really
him.
like.
I made a rap freestyle and I tagged him in it as a diss. I really wasn't dissing him. I just was fucking with him because I told him I was like, yo, DBDR, I fuck with some of your rap songs. I'll actually send you a verse. Like because I used to
Yeah.
rap in college. I'm like, nigga, because I was sending him shit just to show him I could actually really rap. Like because I didn't want him to think I was trolling. So I sent him my old shit that I recorded. And I'm like, yeah, I really rap like nigga. Cause some of his DBDR is actually, I mean, that whole metal or whatever, I don't know what black pill metal rap, what I don't know what you call it. Like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't bump it every day, but you know, it was kind of some of it was kind of fire. So I fuck with DBDR.
Yeah, for real. Somebody said I've seen that black men are the lowest percentage wise in terms of dating currently, but not. I mean, overall, I would agree with that. Overall, and mainly, the reason why is mainly because, like I said in many videos, it's like a double layered issue. So
Yeah, exactly.
if you're average looking, that's one issue. But then on top of that, whether you're average or not, yeah, if you're not up to a certain level of swag and or bug, let's just say, then that's another issue that you're gonna run into. A lot of black women are not gonna want to fuck you if you don't have enough of that. And sometimes it's sad because
And even that's
I'm
partially
barely
genetic
enough.
and due to environment too. So that's somewhat black pilled in and of itself, even though it's not looks based. It's still black pill shit at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
sometimes it's sad though. Sometimes it's sad because it's a double layered issue that you have, where if you're not the perfect like it's a combination of your looks and how cultured are you of being black, whereas the other races don't have to really deal with that. They just have to look decent,
Oh
and
yeah.
there'll be something for them within their own community. But as black people, you're not gonna be just highly desired like that by other races, and then within your own race, there's a certain standard that you have to hit. So I get that, but it doesn't just mean just be white. That's my whole point here.
Yeah, exactly. And that I think that dude Flat Top Chicken had a video on that too about black nerds or something like that.
Say again.
Um, there's this dude, his YouTube channel is like I think Flat Top Chicken, and he did a video on
Oh
this.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know that.
Yeah.
I seen that video. I know exactly. I know
Because I
exactly.
seen like women from Twitter like I think black women on Twitter was responding to him, you know, and
What they
virtue
were saying?
signaling and shit.
What were they saying? Oh yeah, we like the nerdy guys.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
yo, they
yeah.
might not be virtue signaling because
Well,
if it's
yeah,
a
not all of them,
Tyrone,
not all of them. To
because
be,
if it's
I
a
mean, yeah.
Tyrone, if it's a Tyrone that's nerdy, then they genuinely mean we like them too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
And he
if
touched on that. That was one of his first points in the video. I know he because I was thinking that when I was hearing
exactly, Kuda.
the girls tweeting him or whatever, I'm like, if it's Henry Cavill, if it's if it's Tyson Beckford or Jeremy Meek wearing glasses, y'all love it, of course.
Uh, Thank you, Kuda. A Tyrone will pull just as many white women as a Chad. Facts. Get off the internet. Facts. My boy Alex. My boy Alex Henry. He went to high school with me, so he already knows. A matter of fact, Alex, before I even trip, just so I can't even cap on here, Alex, tell them I don't even remember myself. What was I like in high school from your memory? I never been no fucking nerd ever. Break it down, Alex. Let
No,
them know.
record. We know that. That's obvious. I can tell. That's
But I wasn't a Pookie either. I wasn't a gangster or anything either, though.
oh yeah,
But
no.
yeah,
You know,
being
you a good Samaritan.
being Caucasian in countries like Asia is like flaunting jewelry in South America. They see the skin as a ticket, not be as being thank you. Thank you. Like they don't guys are not getting it. Like I seen a video one time of this guy. He was tall. He kind of was okay looking, and then he was in like Colombia or something, and he had a baby with a Colombian woman. She was hot, and I'm just sitting there and I'm looking at the little street interview, and I'm looking at the whole body language of the woman and everything, and you could just see she's just waiting for an opportunity for them to go back to America.
Oh
And
yeah,
she got her ticket out of poverty. You could just see she don't want this guy. You could see it.
yo. Wait, record. You know that show 90 Day Fiance?
Yeah.
Yeah, because my ex a couple years ago, we used to watch that shit, and mind you, she knew I had a YouTube channel, but she didn't know what it was. Like she never found it or anything. But I used to debate with these corny ass passport bros, right? And
Mm,
then my girl at the time showed me the 90 Day Fiance shit, and I was watching like the couple, like the husbands or the fiancés, like they would be like ordered around by the women, and the women would be telling them what to do and making demands, like, oh,
yeah.
I can't work, so you got to pay my bills and do this.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Because
like,
they just want.
I wanted a bigger house. I need more
Yeah.
bedrooms. I'm like,
They
yo,
just want them. They just want them just to come to the country. That's all. That's
yeah.
why.
I'm like, y'all are just glorified sugar daddies at that point.
So you're saying Kuda says. So you're saying a broke white guy will have just as much success as a rich Tyrone just because he's white. Exactly. It doesn't make sense if you really think about it. Like, bro, please just go outside. JBW isn't real. It's not. I'm telling you, JBW is not real. At least what they're trying to make out of it is not real. The only thing is, you're going to see more white men with all different types of races of women before you're going to see a black guy with all different races of women. Only because it's more socially acceptable for one. That's one. Two, because white guys are seen as an opportunity for more stability in society, basically. You know what
Yeah,
I
it's like a
mean?
symbol of you possibly might raise up in like your class, like your economic
Exactly.
status or whatever. It
That's
might
all
raise
it
you.
is. Women are not laying at home just fucking rubbing their pussies, hoping that they can just get a white guy. Just like, bro, there. Basically, JBW. It's almost like JBW is trying to say it's white fetishism, and it's not fetishism at all. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
You wait, Recca. You know, you could disagree if you want. I have a theory. I think that specific like group of dudes we're talking about that cope about it so much. I think the reason they pick on certain ethnic dudes all the time, like they might be like, "Oh, he's a curry, he's this, he's that, whatever." Um, I think they can't accept the fact that they have to compete with like Chads and Brads more often. Because think about it, if you're a Tyrone, right? Whether you like, Blasian chicks, African mixed chicks, yada yada, whatever. most of the chicks you talk to, you're not even really competing with Chad that much. Like, if anything, the Chads in college I was cool with, or Chad Lights, whatever you want to call it, we're not even talking to the same chicks. So we could be wingmen, and we could approach a group of chicks, and we're not even interested in the same chicks in the group. So we're like allies. We're not even competing.
Yeah.
Whereas these JBW cells, as I like to call them, all the women they like, whether it's white, Latina, or Asian women, all of their competition is other white guys that beat them in every category. So
Mm.
they have to pick on somebody else. They have to pick on like a random black African dude, or a curry dude, or an Asian dude. They have to pick on them, or like a midget, or whatever, or a handicapped dude, whatever. They have to find some other type of incel or unattractive dude to make fun of, because they can't compete with their main competition.
That is true. That's facts, bro. But bro, I'm gonna throw you back in now, bro.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go
Thank
ahead.
you
But
for
it was a
coming.
good stream. I'm gonna listen
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
background. Good
Thank you for
shit.
coming on, bro.
Oh yeah, and Prodigy, if you ever get the chance, please react to some of his because he's doing real time live cold approaches, like not just pre-records. If you
Okay, I'm gonna
ever
be
get a
honest with you
chance,
about True
please
Prodigy.
react to one of those, because those
I'm gonna
shits
be
are
honest with
hilarious.
you. I'm gonna be honest with you about True Prodigy.
Oh, go
I
ahead, go ahead.
don't care
Oh,
about
you
his
well, I
fucking.
know, yeah. In the
And the
debate, I
reason
know
I
you
don't
would never
care,
debate him or nothing like that, but
the
if you could
reason
just
I
react to
no,
his,
but I'll look at it. I'll see. The reason why I don't care about his fucking infield approaches is because it's literally just him walking around talking to women that I could see are not fucking interested. But
and
he's
they're
just
not even
talking.
attractive either. That's the
They're not attractive. They're not interested. They're not interested. It's not like he's out here and women are giving their number and then he's able to say after like, yeah, we went out and it's none of that. It's just him just talking and wasting time. That's
yeah.
what. But I'll check it out though, bro.
Oh no, yeah, good shit. Because I told him to his face, I said, Prodigy, some of your approaches, they prove my point. Because I told him I might have better game than you, to be honest. And
Literally,
I don't
he's
even
just
believe in
standing there
game. But
talking. Honestly, but all right, bro.
all right, yo, good shit. Take it easy.
Yeah, yeah. See you. Shout out to my man, educated Stefan. My girl LOL said, to be honest, I feel people underestimate racism. Of course, every ethnicity has equal beauty, but yeah, internationally, no, the racism shit is real. But I'm just saying, we're just saying that it's not to the degree that people are making it out to be. Every average white guy can go to Asia and get an attractive girlfriend. I see. DBDR. No, the real Batman account is the account that's re-uploading a lot. So basically, has a lot of DBDR's thing. DBDR's new channel name, I think, is like Flying Hat or something like that. You'll find him if you type in DBDR on YouTube. The channel will come up with the new videos. But the real Batman is uploading his old videos from like 2022 and three. Alex said, "Intelligent donor. That's not because of attraction. It's more programming, honestly. And they're seen as a meal ticket." Cappy said, "Getting an attractive chick in Asia already in of itself isn't that difficult if you're average. Being white helps due to what it might signal subconsciously as the skin complexion is praised. Society, programming, and its double layered issue from what they've been taught. What is the obsession with white skin color? There is no actual obsession with white skin color. It's not an obsession. In India, white is 100% programmed, even their own people white. Yo, listen, we're not going to sit up here and cope that having a lighter complexion in every community, especially ethnic and black, would signify more attractiveness. But my thing is, being a Caucasian does not just put you at the front of the line of attractiveness. You understand? People still are attracted to the own features of their community. But there is an obsession with like lighter toned skin, but it doesn't just mean just be white, just be a Caucasian. I don't know how else to explain this to people. A black woman will always prefer a light skinned black guy over a dark skinned black guy, right? A light, if everything else is equal, she'll probably be more attracted to the lighter complexion guy over the darker, if everything else is equal. But guess what? She's still not gonna prefer 99% of the time. She's still not gonna prefer the white guy over the light skinned guy, even though the white guy's skin complexion and facial features are gonna be more Eurocentric. This is the point. Yes, aspects of European beauty standards are viewed to make people more attractive who are not Caucasian, but it doesn't just mean be Caucasian to be sexually attractive. A successful black man could go to the same poor Philippines and pick up the same girl as a white guy. Black women need black men to have a high thug level and be about the streets, whereas with non-black women, a few tats and being in shape works. I agree. I agree. Even though I will tell you, in every community of women, the bad boys are still at the top of the hierarchy. I will say that. But it's not like almost like you're just gonna completely struggle with your women as a whole. You know what I mean? Whereas in the black community, it's just like the farther away, you don't even have to be an actual Pookie, but just your demeanor has to just, maybe you have Pookie friends or you spend time hanging around guys or where like your demeanor just has to have some form of that in there, or they don't want you at all. It's crazy. You know what I mean? It sucks. I love black women and shit like that. And I feel bad because I still pull black women or whatever, but I still can feel, you know, being a Pookie is where the hypergamy works to your advantage. The hypergamy in the black community, where this is where the one Pookie that's fucked his girl's sister, his girl's cousin, two of his girl's friends. You know what I mean? And that he's like basically fucked every girl in the community. Like that's how that works. In Australia, average white dudes can get Asian, Chinese, Japanese girl easily, but for black dudes, it's extremely hard and usually fat and ugly. That's damn near the same thing in America and Canada, though, bro, and the UK. Damn, a lot of these dudes can't accept the race pill when there's thousands of years of history behind this stuff. To be honest with you, you're just an idiot. Like, this is not about accepting anything. A lot of you guys, you don't get women, you don't have experience, but you just sitting there talking. Like, this is not about accepting anything. Just open. If you've been in the world, if you've been in the dating game, you know that it's just not true. It's just not true. Just being white is not going to get you nowhere. Wasn't a nerd. He was just himself most of the time. And a lot of that is because of the school that we were at. How common is it for white dudes to pursue Asian women versus black dudes over in Australia? How common is it for white dudes to pursue Asian women? How common is it for white dudes to pursue Asian women versus black dudes? Oh, I'm not in Australia, so that's a question for the Australian guy. Chinese girls won't touch black dudes unless, they won't. I thought he was saying Chinese girls want to touch black dudes. Won't touch black dudes unless they have no choice and their own men don't want them. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of Chinese girls, they hate black people. Japanese, that's another thing. A lot of Japanese don't like black guys either. Some of them do. My boy Long Strokes, it's been a minute. What's your thoughts about good looking guys getting rejected and curved multiple times? You're gonna get rejected whether you're good looking or not. Spawn the programmer said, "What's JBW? Just be white." I just said it's not due to attraction, it's social status and a meal ticket. It's the same with black women. It's mostly societal status and using the white man as a trophy. Literally, like just being with like, for example, with the divestors, like in the pretty privileged community, with all those pretty privileged exotical channels and stuff. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. And divestors and shit like that. They're always over there arguing about, oh, well, I'm prettier than you because I can attract white men. But it's not even that, oh, I really desire white. Like, it's not about really desiring white men and really wanting. It's just, are white men trying to be with me? If white men are trying to be with me, it shows how pretty I am. So they're more so viewing, attracting, and dealing with white men as like, just because of the social hierarchy of it. The reason you see men with less variety of women is because black guys in average is less facially attractive. RECCA sounded like Lucario when he's disproving the JBW. Very common for white and black dudes. Lots of East Asians in Australia. But we live in a world where multiple things can be true at the same time. Facts. RECCA, you seen Lucario the mate with the Leah side. Honestly, they both have points. You know what I mean? They both have points. I didn't even really spend too much time watching that shit. Cause I agree with aspects of Lucario and I agree with aspects of the black pill, honestly. Because I could tell you straight up and down that looks is not everything. Like, I could tell you that straight up and down. You know what I mean? Like, you literally could say the wrong thing that will make a girl not want to fuck you, no matter how tall and attractive you are. So it's not all about just be good looking. Don't you think it would be a consequence of black men having the worst pool to select from in terms of their race pair in general? Dating outside of one's race is difficult for every race. That is facts. But I'll say this: the race that's gonna have the hardest, I mean, the least hard time interracially dating is white. In terms of just interracially dating, I'm not even talking about hooking up. Just being able to go on dates and potentially end up in a relationship with somebody of the opposites of a outside. Yeah, the white guy probably will have the most opportunities for that. But again, it doesn't mean he's sexually desired like that. I'm brown and I think we're at the bottom of the totem pole. You are. No cap. Rekka, I feel like you're biased. Even you said that you're more genuinely attracted more to light skinned girls than dark. That doesn't mean, but see, I'm more attracted to light skinned girls over dark, but I'm more attracted to dark skinned girls over white. So there we go. I'm more attracted to dark skin and brown skin girls over white. And I'm not even more attracted to light skin girls over dark. What I never said that. I said brown is really my more ideal. You know what I mean? Really brown. Or probably the words I probably said specifically was lighter complexion. But I don't necessarily pedestalize light skin. But lighter complexion than darker complexion probably will catch my eye more. You know what I mean? Even though I do have a thing for Sudanese. You know, I dealt with a very, very, very attractive Sudanese, few Sudanese in the last like couple of months. One girl was like northern Sudanese, so she had like more of that Eritrean type of. Her sister looked like Ruby Rose. She looked totally different than the sister, but they both was light skinned. But she kind of looked like she kind of almost looked like native Indian almost, the girl. And then she showed me her sister. Her sister looked like Ruby Rose. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, so anyway, the point I'm saying is I like all different types of skin tone. But yeah, getting back to your point, yeah, so just because I like more browner complexion over darker complexion, typically that catches my eye. That doesn't mean a white girl's gonna catch my eye. I'm telling you, when I'm on Tinder, I'm just swiping straight through, back to back swipe lefts on all the white girls. So almost all. Yeah, hat flying is the new channel. Hat flying is the new channel. But that's sad. Bro said he been living in his car and shit like that. The fuck? Not even trying to hate or like rage bait or nothing. Was trying to be a bit objective. Black dudes can date outside of the race, but he will need to accept bottom of the barrel. I will say that, like, as a black man, even if you're decently attractive as a black man, majority of your interracial options are not going to be very attractive, and they're just going to be, and even if they are decently attractive, they're just going to be trashy women. You know what I mean? Like the white girl or Asian girl or Indian girl that works at the bank. You know what I mean? That's doing self care. That comes from a healthy, you know what I mean, loving household, nuclear household, really close, family oriented. Like, you're just not gonna see her with a black man. 99% of the, you're just not gonna see it, man. You know what I mean? And guess what? If she's Indian, you might not see her with a white guy either. You'll see her with an Indian. If she's Asian, you might not see her with a white guy either. You might see her with an Asian most of the time, because healthy-minded people typically gravitate towards their own fucking community. RECCA should live one day as an average white guy and see if his opinion stays the same. Bro, it doesn't matter what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I mean? It literally doesn't matter what you're talking about. The reality is the reality. Lots of black walking around with fat, ugly, white, and Asian girls. Even black women who are models have a harder time than the average white Becky walking down the street. Now, that changes the whole conversation. Because, yeah, most guys just fucking worship and pedestalize the fuck out of white women. So even if she's not that fucking hot, dudes, white, black, Asian, everybody's just fucking thirsty as fuck for white women. You know, even white guys will fucking like say that a fucking 4 out of 10 white girl, like, oh, she's so hot, oh, she's pretty cute. She's a 3.5 out of 10. Oh, she's pretty cute. You know what I mean? So yeah, that changes the. If you're talking about white women versus other races of women, it changes the whole fucking argument. There's an obsession with white skin in the manosphere. Facts. To me, facial harmony and a little Pooky energy is king. But being Pooky works against you in real life. No good job, no traveling, taking life chances. Well, I mean, that's common sense. Money maxing beats JBW. Black dudes who date fat, white, and Asian chicks typically fit a typical phenotype. And that said phenotype is typically objectively unattractive, and therefore it's simply a looks match. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Even my biggest pool of options is probably unattractive women. Is probably my biggest pool of options, specifically because, like, I'm like teetering on the line of like the black guy that has to deal with fat women or like fat white women or something. Like, I'm teetering on the line of that, of going into that realm. You know what I mean? Like, on a day to day, I get anywhere from like 5 to like 12 matches. Let's say on Tinder, right? And you know, 7 of those fucking matches will end up getting. Let's say I get 12 matches in a day. Let's say I get 10 matches in a day. Probably 5 of those matches are gonna be some fat ugly white girl or some fat ugly Asian or just some ugly ass fucking girl messaging me, hey, you know what I mean? 3 of the women are gonna be pretty mid, and then 2 of the women will actually be baddies. You understand? So what that tells me is, if I was any less attractive or whatever the case may be, the average okay looking, like the mid, pretty cute, okay looking women and the baddies would be clipped off, and then I'd just be left with the ugly fat ass women. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I do agree that's what it is. Yes, because that's what they've been taught because of their parents and culture. Maybe the lighter skin tone thing is true because it's more inviting. Darker skin could be seen as more striking, but that's up to the eye of the beholder. And that's another video I need to do now that I'm thinking about it, is because, like, it is a pedestalization, even especially in the black community with interracial dating. And so, a lot of it is just guys pedestalizing white women and non-black women. That's where this is coming from. I see it with friends. Guys will sit up there, black guys will sit up there and talk about. I had a guy the other day talking about he's picky when it comes to black women, and another friend talking about, oh, he doesn't like dark skinned women, You know, so a lot of guys are like they're ready to just simp and prioritize. I've said it already. A lot of guys act like there's more value when they pull a non-black woman. Like they'll be sitting up there talking about, oh, you know, this Portuguese. You know, I go, oh, I linked this Portuguese girl. You know, and I do it too. But you know, I'm just as excited about the Jamaican girl or the Nigerian girl that I link as I would be, or as a matter of fact, I'm more excited about them than I am about the little fucking Persian chick that I linked or whatever the case may be, you know? So a lot of it is pedestalization. So who cares? Like who cares? Yeah, they do have more options, but they're pedestalized. That's why. And it doesn't mean that they're more attractive even. You know what I mean? Like a girl who's like a medium ugly non-black girl, a black guy will actually, the average black guy has so much self-hatred for himself and his blackness that he would be more excited to go deal with like a, just because, to go deal with an Asian who's like a 4 out of 10, or a fucking Middle Eastern girl that's a 5 out of 10, before he'd be excited about the 9 out of 10 black girl. That's how fucking sick these niggas are, you know? So it's more about pedestalization than actually just being attractive. There are no incels who are over 6'5". Height is more. I'm about to like kick this guy the fuck off my channel for the stupid shit he's saying. Like I went to school with these 7 foot tall fucking twins that couldn't get no fucking ass. So what are we talking about, bro? There were these two Indian 7 foot twins that were not getting ass. Yeah, and I know that because I was talking to one of them. One of them was trying to start hanging out with me, and I used to have to, like, for about a week I had to hide from this guy until he got the message. I had one conversation with him and he started following me around. But I remember talking to him about the holes and shit. He's like, you know, you can't get. You know what I mean? These guys were 7 foot tall. Tell me you don't really believe that, bro. Who's he talking to? Oh, he must be talking to the idiot. North Sudanese people got that straight. Yeah. North Sudanese, they look more like they kind of remind me of like Tanzanian, even though Tanzanian have different looks. Is there a difference how East and West Africa? Absolutely. You know what I mean? The average like Nigerian or Ghanaian finds me attractive. I shouldn't even say the average, but like, you know, and then sometimes I'll be like, for example, sometimes I'll be in the club. Like I was in the club a few weeks ago and I was standing right outside the bathroom just farming for phone numbers, like grabbing girls' hand as they come out the bathroom, like, yo, what's up? So I was getting mad numbers or whatever, right? And what I noticed is that a lot of girls were fucking with me, whatever. And then I remember I said something to, like, there was a group of like, maybe they were Somalian, Ethiopian, like they were 100% East African coming out. And I said something to one girl, and I remember she just said, "What?" Like her response, like she was like almost like she was offended that I was even talking to her. And it's a pattern that I noticed. East Africans, it's almost like they hate the West African phenotype guys, unless it's a Tyrone. If it's a Tyrone, then obviously they'll fuck with it. But if you're just an average West African, you know, descendant looking type of guy, so Caribbean or you're Ghanaian or Nigerian, anything like, they're not fucking with you. You know, so yeah, I noticed that East Africans, they hate, unless it's Tyrone. I'm gonna keep clarifying that. Unless it's Tyrone, they hate fucking West African looking phenotype guys. What insights or sneak peek of dating guide can you give us? Like, well, I don't know what the hell that means. No incels above 6'5". I promise there are tall men with. I'm telling you, there's tons of guys over 6'5". And what is he even talking about 6'5"? Who cares? Like the average guy is not even 6'5". So what are you even talking about? That's like a minority of men. Man, them should stop gassing up these non-black women. I agree. You didn't finish my comment. I said there are people that feel the same about race as you feel about skin. That's why I feel it was biased. No, I get what you're saying. Upper middle class Indian women in the West go for white men a lot of the time. Read your fucking comment. Upper middle class. So what does that tell you? If she's upper middle class, read your comment. Read between the lines of your comment. Class. The word class is in there. I'm not saying Eureka before you go off. You're nuts. I agree. Lots of white and Asian girls worshiping for black men. Y'all realize most relationships that succeed, and you can check the statistics, are same race relationships, especially same ethnic and nationality. Well, first of all, a lot of relationships that don't work out are same race. But yeah, I do agree with Alex. Rekka, if you was the leader of a black nation, what would you do to bring up the people esteem and view of beauty? You can't. You can't. It's too late. It's already in the DNA. I hate when I get hit up by fat ass, ugly white girls. I feel you. I feel black women do the same too. Black women do what? And the pedestalization thing is due to ego and mental trauma, a psychological thing, and a status thing to other men. And it's self hatred and not knowing yourself and pro. It's literally self hatred. It's literally self hatred, man. And these guys they don't even really get it. Like they think that it's just a preference that they have, and it's not a fucking preference. Like where did you learn? Like you and I say this all the time. You and every female that you're fucking related to is darker than black or brown at best, at lightest. So you didn't even you weren't necessarily raised to be chasing behind or to have a preference. Like all the female examples and what you were surrounded by were black. So you were not raised to have a preference and to prioritize other races. So why are you prioritizing other races? Because there's some kind of internal thing going on. You know what I mean? Like the women that I'm attracted to the most, like I brought up Mona Leo, I brought up brown skinned black women, dark skinned black women. Like I've been attracted to that since I was a fucking child. You understand? Like that's been my preference since I was a fucking since I was in first grade or kindergarten. You understand? It has never changed because I don't have a hatred about my fucking race or my skin tone. But you see, I'm a brown skin tone colored dude, and I like my skin tone, so I have a tendency to be attracted to brown colored. You know, all the women that I'm attracted to are either except for on the paternal side, like my grandmother, my auntie, they're dark. But pretty much everybody else that I'm related to, sisters, my mom, and on my mom's side of the family, they're all brown and light skinned. So I tend to like brown and light skinned women and even dark because I don't have a hatred for my fucking skin tone. So for you guys that's walking around talking about you don't like dark skins and this and that, like my question is, you might need to really check yourself on that. Black men and black women have a ton of self hatred if they're unattractive. That is true. A lot of the self hatred is comes from not being that attractive either. Because typically people who hate them, typically like for example, you think a woman like Naomi Campbell hates her fucking skin tone because she has good facial features with it and she's a sex symbol regardless of her skin tone. It is hard to have self hatred when you're conventionally attractive, even if you're dark, light, whatever. I know, look at for example, look at Winnie Harlow, the model. She's conventionally attractive, so even despite the fucking and I know the vitiligo thing makes her look kind of weird, but she's still conventionally attractive with, you know what I mean? So I'm sure she didn't even hate herself because she's conventionally attractive with her skin condition. I noticed real Tyrones actually prefer black girls. Facts. Wait. That's not actually true. It's a mix. It's a mix. It's a mix. Real Tyrones that they like black and white. We got 40 people in here. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Salute to everybody watching, whatever. We got 40 people in here. We always blame black men for pedestal. Well, honestly, dudes really pedestalize. Like they really do. Asking for phone number from girls at the bathrooms line is crazy work. It's not a line. Like it's one of these things where like the bathroom is like okay, the bathroom area is like a separate room, right, from the club. But it's also in that bathroom there's a big mirror and then there's like six doors in there with that you close, like six individual doors. So it's a bathroom area. It's not like it's not like women are literally coming straight from out of the toilet or something, if that makes sense. It's like you enter a separate area and then in that area there's six doors that go to different bathrooms and shit, if that makes sense. You understand? So with that being said, um if you stand right at the door, there's literally people wait like there's people waiting, yeah, to get in, but there's people coming in and out. There's people standing in front of the mirror checking the mirrors. Like it's like a bathroom slash almost like a waiting, like a chill area. You know what I mean? To cool off from the fucking club, basically. So I literally would just stand there and chill. And it's also a chance for me to actually see what some of these bitches actually really look like when they're not in the dark. How do we call in? Go to the link in the description and you can get on the StreamYard. Yeah, if anybody wants to come on and chop it up, click the link. King 68 said it's not about your height, it's your aura. Trust me, he knows what's going on. King 68 said somebody was like, in one of his videos, somebody was like, yo, you don't even have no game. And he said, you need game. I don't need game. So he knows what it is. I agree. King 68 was already facially attractive before, so he wasn't gonna struggle regardless if he was 5'7". If he was 5'7", he probably would still get a lot of women. Um, of course, it's not gonna be nothing near what he gets now, but I'm just saying. Yeah, see, somebody said he would still kill it at 5'8". I don't know about kill it in the sense of like getting the attention that he gets now, but he would definitely have a pool of attractive women that would still be fucking with him. My man, 1366 gamer. I actually noticed that East African girls actually prefer African Americans and West Africans in the DC area. Okay, well in Toronto they do not. Now African American, we don't really have African Americans. We don't really have like the closest thing we have to African Americans in Canada is and we don't really care about them or that area. Like we only in Canada, if we're gonna be honest with you, the black community, like the only black community that's taken seriously is like Toronto, basically the Toronto area. But there's a place called Nova Scotia that has like the equivalent of FBA. You know what I mean? Which has like sixth, seventh generation, eighth generation black people who were originally American slaves that traveled on the Underground Railroad and ended up all the way in Nova Scotia. But we don't care about Nova Scotia. That's the thing. But over there, they have that. But I wouldn't really know what's going on with them because we don't care. Like, we only really care about Toronto. Um, But in Toronto and the rest of Canada, basically everybody's parents are immigrants, whether from the Caribbean, black people, whether either from the Caribbean or somewhere in Africa. So I wouldn't really be able to speak on the African Americans. Like, I would imagine the African Americans, especially the ones with less Afrocentric features, yeah, like it would make sense you know, that they would fuck with them. DC has the most Ethiopians outside of Ethiopia. Is that true? Do you think he'd still kill it in Miami? I'm in the DMV too. That's true. Okay. It wouldn't matter if King 6A was light skinned, even though he's brown skinned. It wouldn't matter if he was dark skinned. In fact, he's conventionally attractive. Yeah, facially he is conventionally attractive. Facially, no homo. There's all my Zimbabweans in the chat. Do you think I'm gonna catch up on these comments and then do you think environment influences the race you like? Well, it can. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be like my friends who are sitting around talking about they don't like this and they don't like that and are pedestalizing other races. If they grew up back in Jamaica, or if they grew up in Africa, of course they wouldn't be worshiping. They might have a desire to want to try it, but like they would have been they wouldn't have been exposed to develop that fucking pedestalization of other races. So I think he wouldn't have a big social presence like he does now, but he would do well. Yeah, he definitely would be on dating apps getting results. Normies talk about confidence as if it's something you could control. The only way to fix your confidence is to fix your looks or fix the problem that's leading people to reject you so much. I agree. Yes, environment influences. King 6A would slay nothing stopping that man. His height, just like if he so happened to be light skinned, is just an enhance. That is true. That is why I believe. But I will say, like, it would affect his dating life if he was 5'5", 5'6", even 5'7". It would drastically cut his options down. Or at least it would cut the treatment that he gets from women. Like, women are not gonna be looking up to him, as this god the way they do. He would just be a cute guy to them that they would fuck with. He probably would deal with getting a lot of ghosting. A lot of the women would be one night stands, like that type of thing. This is why I believe facial harmony is king when it comes to getting a woman. I agree. It really is face. Your face really can carry you. I agree with the strategy picking up girls at the quiet area of the club. Would you agree Duke Dennis would be cooked? No. I think Duke Dennis at 5'7", I think a lot of women would. But see, would Duke Dennis be who he is? Nah, I think at 5'7", Duke Dennis would still like. I think he just wouldn't be the whole. Duke Dennis. What's up with you? You know what I mean? Now the line, the Glorilla line, that wouldn't exist. Like he wouldn't be pedestalized the way he is if he was shorter. But I still think he would still. There will be women that would really be attracted to him in AMP. That would really be fucking with him. Like a lot of women, he would have his own little fan club in AMP. It just wouldn't be this big social media thing. Like part of his appeal is his size. When he's walking through the street with the camera following him, he kind of has a similar effect like how King 6'8" has. Duke with no clout and money at 5'7". He'd still be average, but I think with the same face, with dreads, with everything, I think he would still. Trust me, he's considered conventionally handsome in the black community. RECCA, not to do with the victim mentality, but what's funny is most people don't want to be with us, Caribbean, West Africans, but still have time to make comments and think about. And rapping started all of a sudden rapping about dark skinned women, or if that's what's pushed in the media, all these niggas will be going after dark skins more. I don't agree, actually. Or you would see an increase in dark skinned women, but it wouldn't just change the whole trajectory. You know what I mean? All right, let's get my guy in here. What's good?
Yo, yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm at work right now, so hopefully the
Okay.
music in the background is not too loud or nothing like that.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Nothing much, man. I've been listening. I've watched some of your videos. Probably
Hold on,
found
bro.
out
Hold on,
about
hold
this.
on. Let me just address this comment real quick. He said,
Okay.
"In what world is Duke Dennis conventionally attractive?" I think guys are actually fucking retarded. Like, bro, the only reason why he's getting the love that he's getting is because he's conventionally attractive. What are you talking about, bro? If he wasn't conventionally attractive, he wouldn't be getting the love that he's getting. Guys are just delusional, man. But so my bad, bro. Go ahead.
Nah, you good. I mean, but that's facts. I don't know how there's so many PSL videos and facial breakdown videos and people still don't know what conventional attractive looks like. But that's
It's just
besides the
crazy. Yeah,
point.
I'm Jamaican. I'm Jamaican. Yeah, but go ahead. Go
So,
ahead, man.
I just wanted to touch upon this whole dark skin, light skin, kind of like the black
Yeah.
community.
Yeah. What's up?
So if I'm a little background on myself, I'm Southern African. I'm Zimbabwean. I'm pretty dark. Like like one shade away from being like Sudanese dark. Like
Okay.
um, so I know what it means to be dark. I grew up here in the States, in the U.S., all over. I've lived in California. I've lived in the Midwest. I currently live in
Damn.
the
Yeah,
DMV now.
California. I know in California you struggle because I know California they really prefer light skins out there. That's what I've been told.
Well, I was a kid when I was in Cali, so
Okay. Okay.
it was never a thing, and it was super diverse where I was at. So like this is, but you know what's funny is actually I'm a teacher now. Like I work with students,
Mm.
and it's crazy witnessing the lookism like already happening. Like these are
Oh,
like
you
middle
see it.
school,
You see it
elementary.
with the
Like
kids.
I'm already seeing it with the kids, and like it's undeniable. Like even other teachers, my other coworkers, will treat the better looking kids like no weird shit. Like the cuter kids get better treatment. Like it's like the chubby kid is teased more, like laughed at.
I
Like they're usually
always
the butt of
felt
the
that.
joke.
I always felt that way. I always felt like my teachers projected more bad behavior and disruptive energy onto me because I just
Or,
wasn't a cuter kid. I always felt that way
bro, it's real.
when I was in school. I always felt like they like my extroversion was less tolerable to them because
Yeah,
of looks.
or
I always felt that way. But yeah,
it's very real. But anyway, so just a quick summary. So I had a pretty normal. I think I was like just an average kid most of my life. It wasn't up until I got to about 21 where my uh face like matured because I'm like I've always had a baby face. I'm like a late bloomer. So
okay,
my face matured and the difference was night and day. Like when I tell you, because I am tall. I'm 6'2", so I basically have the typical like African model build. Like if you see models in New York, fashion models that walk around like I
yeah,
have that. I have that whole
you
build.
have that Sheck West type of look.
Yeah, and I actually got I was on vacation in New York. This was during COVID, and I got recruited by a modeling agency. It didn't like nothing really came from it because COVID kind of fucked shit up.
Mm,
But I was in that world for a little bit. Got to like really see like, oh, okay, certain cities, certain places, certain communities, like the fashion world, really like glamorizes dark skin. Cause
yeah,
like I even had photographers telling me, oh, with photographers, we love dark skin models because they make every color look good, no matter what clothes you're
yeah,
wearing, the color pops differently. So, and like you see it in the industry, the highest paid models are all dark skinned models, like mostly from Sudan and stuff. So it's really interesting, like this
yeah. I
cultural
love
shift.
Sudanese girls, bro. No,
But
bro.
I'm telling you, to me, they're like the pinnacle of beauty when it comes to black women. But I think there's just so much self hatred, especially, and I think somebody said this earlier in the comments. When
Yeah,
you're unattractive, you, as far as black people go, they blame it on their blackness. Like, oh, it's because I'm dark. Oh, it's because
and
I'm,
it's not
you know,
that, bro. It's that you're
and it's
not that
never that.
attractive.
Yeah, it
Even,
has to do
even
with,
because even okay, I dealt with a Sudanese girl last month, right? She was 5'8" or something like that, or 5'9". She was like taller than me and shit. And I remember I was talking to her, and I was just asking her, like, because I was like, yo, I know the niggas are just on you. She wasn't sitting up there. She was dark skinned and everything. She wasn't sitting there talking about, oh, well, I get overlooked because I'm dark. She was like, nah. She was like, bro, like, niggas are like thirsty to fuck her. But see, it's not because of dark skin or light skin or anything. It's because she's literally attractive with it. She's dark
Hmm.
skinned and she was attractive with it. You know what I mean? And a girl said this to me before. They said it's not about your skin. She said straight up, it's not about your skin tone. Like either you look good or you don't. I remember a girl said that to me sometime last year, and I
Yeah,
always
man.
felt that way. I always felt that way. Like it's not really about skin tone. It's about looks. I've seen it my whole life. You know,
Yep.
like this is why I just like as time goes by, I find like the people in my real life, I find I have a hard time relating to people's talking points because the more time goes on and the more experience I get and the more it's just the more I realize people don't know. They just don't get it. Like guys will be sitting there talking about, oh, in the 2010s, nobody knows what it was like to be dark skinned in the 2010s. And it's like, yo, honestly, whether you were dark skinned or light skinned in any era, it's not really about your skin tone. It's about were you attractive or not? Like there's this thing that's like, oh, if you were dark skinned in the 2010s, you had a harder time with the girl. No, you didn't. Yeah,
Yeah.
there might in the 2010s there might have been like it's just another cycle of like, okay, now the light skin is getting pedestalized right now. But
Yeah.
if you're attractive, it just won't matter. You're still gonna get love.
Yeah, you really will. And in the pedals, like the cycles of what's in and what's not, typically, I think, and this is just my guess, like I feel like it's based off of whatever celebrities are popping in the moment. So like if you think about that era, like that's like peak Chris Brown era, and there's
Hmm.
probably a couple other light skinned guys who are like just popping at the moment. So that
Yeah,
becomes what kind of like that's what women are kind of like on social media. It'll seem like that's what women want when it's
yeah.
like no, they just
But
want
it'll
a
be
attractive
still it'll
dude.
it'll still be a dark skinned Tyrone dicking them down that they're
Right,
chasing
you
behind.
know, and like even now, like if you think about like the celebrities now, like as far as actors, and I can't really think of any, but even musicians, like you got your ASAP Rockies, your Damson Idrises, like these
Yeah,
are dark skinned
everything
dudes.
right now. It's everything. It's
Right.
everything.
So like
It's
right now there's a moment
attractiveness.
like in here in the DMV right now, like when I talk to a lot of my girls, like her friends, like when I'm kicking it with that whole circle, like they are always talking about dark skinned dudes. So to
Hmm.
them, like that's kind of what, especially in the DMV, it's a lot of like Caribbeans, Africans. So because there's a lot of that here in the DMV, they tend to stick with their own. And I know you said this in another video. Most people date within their own race. Most people want to date within their own race. Um, and so that ends up being a thing where it's like the typical Tyrone look that they desire here is tall, dark skin with a beard. And they never say handsome, but that just goes without saying. Like that's not even something they have to qualify. You know,
Yeah,
like so dudes will think, oh, if I grow a beard, now I'm gonna have the look, but it's like, nah, you can't just have the beard. You actually have to be handsome. Like everything about being attractive, like your face has to meet a certain standard, your height got to meet a certain standard, and then all the other stuff becomes about taste. You
yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Like
Like whether
some
you have a
girls,
beard or not, whether you have a beard, I
right?
don't even think the beard really matters. This is
Yeah,
why,
it
like,
really
I like
doesn't.
whenever I hear somebody talking about like, oh well, like whenever I hear somebody talking about grooming or they're talking about anything outside of face and height, I know for a fact that they don't really actually know what they're talking about when it comes to attractiveness because
Hmm.
the bottom line is facial structure and height. You know what I mean? And then everything else is gonna be like. And to be honest with you, I think the same girl that will like a guy that has a beard will be the same girl that will like a guy that has no facial hair at all. But see,
No, that's
here's the thing: both of the guys will probably be a certain, let's say, skin tone, height, and facial structure. You know what I mean?
hmm
If you actually pay attention. But yeah,
yeah.
yeah, 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 definitely, bro. 1,000%. Is definitely about, and that's a very slept on thing. You know, what we were initially talking about with the whole skin complexion thing is really about the way you look more than your skin complexion is very slept on. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Just having
very,
lighter
very slept
skin,
on.
just having lighter skin, but your facial features are not that great, won't really mean anything. You know. But I did say that a ugly guy who's lighter complexion might get a little bit more grace than an ugly guy who's darker complexion. I will say that.
Yeah, I think that's true, and that's just like based off the society we live in. Obviously, like the closer you're to whiteness, the easier your life is in general. Um, I will say one thing that's interesting about my personal experience is ever since like after my quote unquote glow up, the number one compliment I get the most from black women is my skin tone. They say, "Wow, you have beautiful skin." Because most girls won't outright just call you handsome. Um, Typically, it'll be the older women and like younger girls, just like giving you like the look. But like women in their 20s, 30s, like they'll give you a look and a stare, but they're way more calculated about like letting you know they find you attractive. Unless you guys are at that point, like where you've already established some kind of conversation or dialogue. But
Yeah,
anytime I've
yeah,
ever
yeah.
had, like most of the time I've had black women flirt with me or just like give me a compliment, is usually my skin complexion. Like, wow, you have beautiful skin, etc., etc. So I'm always like, wow, that's interesting because it's really not just. I think with dark skin, and I put this in the comments earlier. I think it works like an enhancer, and this is just my opinion, but I feel
Yeah, I
like
saw that comment. I saw that comment. I agree
yeah,
with you.
I feel like when you're ugly and dark, you even come off like way ugly. Like I don't know if you guys know Dabo. He's like one of the streamers in the streamer world, but like
Hmm.
he's like really popular just for being chopped. You know what I mean? And I think
Yeah, I
him being
seen him.
dark skinned and chopped, like it makes it even look worse. But I think like if you look at a group of models and then usually the like dark skinned model to maybe this is just me because I like dark women, but I always feel like they pop out more. So you have a group of women, all models, you know what I mean, model tier faces, all this, from Asian to Hispanic to white to black. It's the black models
Yeah, the
typically,
dark skinned girl does stand out to me too.
yeah,
She's
they do
very
stand out. And
attractive.
so I think dark skin has that like enhancer effect, and I don't know what it is about it, but I think that's how it works. And so if
Same thing
you're,
with light skin though too. But here's the thing: light skin is the one that actually can work both in your favor. So if you're chopped but you're light skin, it can like take a
it
little bit
lessens the
away from,
curve,
yeah,
right?
lessens it, and then of course it's just gonna enhance it if you're good looking but you're lighter complexion. And I'm not even
Yeah,
talking about light to the point where like you're mixed light looking. I'm talking about like you know those guys that are black but they're like bright, or girls
yeah.
too. They're like with girls you would call it yellow bone basically, yellow and
Mm-hmm. I
red
know,
bone
I know
basically.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
So I feel like just being lighter tends to like just work in your favor either way, you
yeah,
know?
I think it is the like more it's the safest route or the experience to have if you're a black
Yeah.
person.
I think
Um, but
that's the main
what's
difference.
interesting is my best friend. He would qualify as like a Tyrone, light skinned Tyrone.
Okay.
Um, and it's crazy because he's like from his experience, mind you, he's got way more bodies than me. But I've never been like a active person. I've never like pursued or chased girls. Like I got less bodies than you. You'd be shocked how many bodies I got. Literally, I could count in one hand. But that's because I'm a relationship dude.
Yeah, how old are
Um,
you?
I'm 30.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
but see, that's
so
like
listening to
that's
what you saying that you could model and all of that, like I don't doubt that you could be doing your thing if you wanted to.
yeah. If I
So
wanted to, I know I could. But like, I'm also like a very spiritual person and never like cared
I
to
hear that.
entertain any of the energy or what I mean,
I
fuck
hear
around,
that.
catch some shit. So,
You should know that
but
all that shit is bullshit though. You should know that the soul ties thing is, but I mean in your own head if it makes you feel that way. But
I
technically speaking, it's not real. I could tell you that 120 women almost is the same. Like you feel the same, just so you know.
well, I
But
mean,
if
that's good to hear from one
for your
side because
own mental, yeah,
yeah.
I understand.
I mean, yeah, everyone's gonna like move and care. For me, it's more so like I would feel off in my own spirit if I felt like I like to let things happen. I've never
I
been the
hear
type
you.
to chase. You know what I mean? So it's like,
I hear you. I totally hear you.
yeah, it's one of those things. And I know other people probably look at me crazy, like, bro, if I had what you had, I'd be out here like really cashing out, taking advantage of it. But that's just never been me. That's never been, even before my glow up, I was not chasing girls. I always had like a crush on one girl, and either she had a crush on me or she didn't, but that was always
I
me.
hear
But
you. I hear you. But yeah,
uh,
you were saying your friend.
yeah, so my friend, he's a light skinned Tyrone, and his type is Asian girls, but like he's probably he gets the most like results from white women and like other black women. Um, but he's always telling me about how most girls he talks to talk about they prefer dark skinned dudes. So I'm like,
No, it doesn't matter what they say, though. That's
right.
the
So
thing.
it does, but see, that's the thing. It's like they'll say that to him, but they're literally either about to smash him or already have smashed him. So it's like their preferences. It's more of like just like everyone has preferences. Like I have preferences. You know what I mean? But if you're attractive, you're attractive. Like all of that completely gets wiped out the window because most people like they don't. No one hates variety. Like if you can have all the flavors you can, why would you not indulge? Most people are gonna indulge themselves. So it's like that whole
Mm.
idea of like preferences or types. Like everyone has them, but it's never like the end all be all. Like, okay, just because my type is Asian girls, I will never entertain, in white or Hispanic or whatever. Like most
It is
people,
true. That is very true. Cause like for me personally, I don't really like interracial dating as a preference. But like whenever I match with like some Asian girl or some white girl, and she's down the link, I'll just fuck her. Like fuck it. But
mhm.
I noticed that my dick is at its strongest with like brown or lighter toned black women. That's what I've noticed. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
not. I can't
So
even go on the other side. Like I'm like on Dr. Umar level as far as the way I love just my people. You know what I mean? I've only
no, I feel
been,
that, bro. I feel that. I'll fuck them just on some easy shit.
yeah, like just
You
for
know?
fun or whatever. But like as far as like actually taking seriously or wanting to, and I know some people. I think you're not really. I can't remember if you've said this in a video or not, where you're not interested in like ever like actually dating or being in a relationship. But I know
Yeah,
plenty of dudes where it's like they'll fuck anybody, but when it comes to being in a relationship, like they'll have like a type where it's like, no, I'm only dating white girls, or I'm only,
if I was
you
to
know what I
do a
mean?
relationship, she'd have to be black.
Yeah.
And to answer that question, yeah, I have. But go ahead, bro. Yeah, yeah.
Um, nah, but nah, that was pretty much it. As far as that, my friend goes, like I have, yeah, just like talking to people, living life. Like I went to university in South Africa, like. That's when I was really, and I was a
Yeah?
basketball player. So I was on the college team. And
Mm.
like it's crazy because my whole life I was a hooper.
The girls
But
out there
because
are
I
nice, eh?
bro, it's unreal. And I'm talking about every race, even the Indian girls are beautiful out there. Like Cape Town, I was in Cape Town, South Africa to be specific. Like it's different out there, bro.
And I know
Like
it's a lot of Tyrones out there, though. That's I
I
know there's
mean, not really actually, in my opinion. Like it's a lot around like bro, like a
I think
bald
I got
head.
that from looking at Tyler's videos, like the water video.
Oh
Like
yeah, yeah. Nah,
it
like
just seemed like there's mad Tyrones and like
nah,
those
it actually
mixed
isn't
looking
like.
type of guys.
Well, that's a whole. See, the thing over there is like they're a whole racial group. So there's black people, white people, and there's colored people. Colored people
Mm.
are like this light skinned biracial looking group. So they're literally considered their own race down there. So they don't
Yeah,
have the same.
I feel like they mog the shit out of everybody. You know,
I
that's
mean,
that.
see that with them, it just goes back to facial structure again. Like they don't have the light skin perk that light skinned black dudes have in the UK or here in America and
Mm.
Canada and things like because they're literally a whole racial group, and they were. I'm not going to get into the whole history of it, but they're essentially systematically created to just be the race that's above black people, but like also the buffer between black and white people as far as the power structure goes socially. So they see themselves as black. Um, a lot of their ancestry is black, but they still think they're better than quote unquote black people. Like,
per
you
usual.
know, yeah, you know what I mean. So that's how that goes. And to be fair, with the women out there, they did tend to be more attractive. Um, Kind of like that Tyler look, like very lot of pretty faces. With the guys, the guys in South Africa aren't that tall. Like the height is not like a huge thing out there. Like me and my one friend, he's 6'3", I'm 6'2". Like we were some of the tall, like essentially the tallest black guys on campus were like 6'3", 6'2". There was one
Mm.
guy who might have been pushing 6'4". The white guys, however, are huge because they got the Dutch ancestry, so those and they're rugby players, so those guys get really big down there. So
Okay.
as far as the Tyrones and all that goes, it's actually not as um much as it is in the States. There's way more Tyrones out here in the States um than South Africa. Like I think most black dudes, if they went to South Africa, like their SMV would go up a few points just because it really is like the dudes are down bad out there. It's strange. Like the women beautiful, the dudes, and I'm not even on some hating shit. Like I
No, I
literally have no
believe you.
reason to like, you know
I
what I mean?
believe
Like
you.
it's just the way they are. Like their lifestyle. Like a lot of them, by the time they're 22, they all got round bellies, bald heads, and a
Oh,
lot
that's
of like
crazy.
yeah, a lot of the because the Zulus are like really big down there, and they just their phenotype really leans them to be like rounder, like round faces, round bodies.
Yeah, like that
So
rapper Wizkid. You
right,
know that rapper?
he's
There's a
got
rapper named
yep,
Wizkid, or
yeah.
not Wizkid. There's a rapper from South Africa. Is it Wizkid?
Oh, is
He,
he's young, right? Like young
he's
and
like
small.
young looking. He's young looking. But his
I feel like I know him.
I mean, I don't think his name's Wizkid though. But it's
Nah,
something
Wizkid is a
like
Nigerian guy.
yeah. The
Um,
Wizkid
I think I
is
know who
that
you're talking about. I'm blanking on his name. He was low key like famous since he was like 17 or some shit.
yeah. You
Um,
know who I'm talking. He's like probably the biggest rapper to ever come out of there.
yeah, he is. But I'm blank. But like yeah, like and he would actually be considered like a Chad Lai slash Tyrone. Like he's more handsome than the average South African dude, and
That's
even he got
crazy because he
yeah, and
looks
even
more
he's got
round.
rounder features. Yeah. So it's really
But I'm
not
just
like
flashing back now. I'm flashing back now, like a couple of years ago, around this time, like 2 years ago, I ended up having this fucking South African chick, and they're just like I don't know what it is. They're just like sexy as fuck. Their whole being, like the way they talk, the way they are, whatever. But
yeah.
it's the
Now
trade off.
they really are.
The trade off. They look like that, but then their men don't their men don't match up to them.
Yeah,
It's wild.
I think something about the weight distribution because the girls got ass for days. Like a lot of them are just built curved out like that. And my girl right now, she's Zimbabwean, but we're all from that same. It's essentially the same bloodline. It's just kind of spread out.
Mm.
Um, because Zimbabwe is right over South Africa, so it's a lot of, you know what I mean? But like the way my girl's built, like she's got that classic South African build where they're about like 5'2", 5'3", and just, you know what I mean, curves. So the
No,
girls out there, it sits on them right, but then with the guys, all that weight just goes straight to their stomach. Like even me being my height for my ethnic group, like I'm like in the point zero something 1%. Like we rarely get over 6 feet tall. Um, but
yeah.
I think my yeah,
Yeah.
like
Well,
not
what's your ethnicity? Oh, you're Zimbabwe.
yeah, Zimbabwean.
Okay. 'Cause I was about to say I thought you were Sudanese. Cause I know
Nah, I
Sudanese is like
now Sudanese they get
guaranteed
tall.
6 foot.
Yeah,
Like six
yeah,
foot is
no,
like
for sure.
average, no?
Yeah, like if I was in Sudan, like I'd be probably like low key like a shorter guy, or probably
Yeah,
average.
because the average
Um,
because the last Sudanese girl I that she was telling me her one of her brothers was 6'9". I
yeah,
was like,
like
what?
they get up there. Like even their women, they're like they could be like 6'3" and shit. Like
She's
it's
kind of short, to be honest with you, cause for a
yeah.
Sudanese, because she was like 5'9" pushing. So she
But
was because
that's why a lot of the models in New York are from Sudan, and because
yeah, because they're tall. Models
they
are tall.
naturally have that tall, lean. But like we literally don't have to hit the gym to stay lean. Most
Every
models have a crazy
like
diet and all
every
that shit.
every single one of them, like Like the North Sudanese girl I dealt with, she was fucking and that girl's all over the place, by the way. That I'll be looking at her story. I just seen her like on stage with a baby. I was like, what the fuck? But anyway, but that girl was like 5'8". There was one I dealt with last year, 5'8". I'm like, yo, why did these girls so tall? Like,
Yeah.
what the hell is the story behind those genetics?
Well, actually, I can explain that. So they're from close to the equator, and so because of the heat, that's why you have to be very dark so you can handle the sun. And the
Okay.
long limbs are so your body can disperse the heat. It's almost like I don't know, like cheetahs are built this way. Like cheetahs have long limbs and they're very slim compared to most big cats, because at
Mm.
their speed they'll overheat and die if they didn't have that lean build. So it's the same
Oh,
reasons why Africans from that region, like Kenya, Sudan, they're really dark and long limbs because it's literally for the
they need it.
climate. Like yeah, they
Okay,
were
so
evolved
would you
to.
so let's say you have an Asian family. Let's say you have a Chinese family
Hmm.
that technically in China they would have been the men would have been 5'4" tops, 5'5". So let's say they move to fucking Sudan. Do you think and the kids moved there as babies? Do you think those kids are more likely to get a few more inches of height just being in that region than they probably would have in China? Or you think it's
Nah,
still genetics,
it's still genetics. Like I think you need
the
several
evolution
generations
of it?
of yeah, that
Oh,
bloodline
okay,
has to
okay,
keep
okay,
going for more than just like one generation.
okay.
Um, because most of the blood that's in them is Chinese. Like they have no
So it's
Sudan.
like
Like
it's more natural selection than it was the
yeah.
environment. Okay,
Hmm.
now that makes sense. What is this guy? What are these guys talking about, man? These guys feel like since you've been on the call, guys have been sitting up there talking about 5'4". Guy crying that he's 5'4". Recca would be a Tyrone in South Africa. Yo,
you
that's actually hilarious.
you'd actually do very well, and then you got the accent, dreadlocks. Like you would be crushing it over there, and you just have
Honestly,
that like that Pooky effect, that Tyrone, like, bro, they, even me, like, coming over there with an American accent,
mm,
immediately, like, put my aura up, like, way up. Like,
I think
I
I'm
was
too
getting,
old. I think I'm too old to be trying to fucking move to another country for dating success. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, you shouldn't move there for just to get the women, but if you were down there for, let's say,
Hmm.
you just wanted to live in a beautiful place, you know what I mean, you wouldn't have a problem as far as black women goes. I mean, if you're trying to, like, be with any other race down there, you're gonna have a very hard time. Like the segregation is real.
Yeah.
Um,
Not like black women, so I wouldn't even have no issue.
yeah, no, you'd be straight down there for real.
I might have to look into it. I might have to look into it.
I mean, that's
Interview.
where I want to ultimately live. Like, I want to like
Yeah, you fucked with it
wait.
that much.
Yeah, I loved it down there. Like, I ultimately, and it's like literally right south from my homeland. So you know, what I mean, I
No,
love
that's
America. America's great, obviously, but if I could have an ideal dream scenario world, I would be in Cape Town, South Africa. Because
I'm not gonna
everything else,
lie. Hmm.
and I was just
Now
gonna say
go ahead.
everything else that we have here, like they got down there too, and with just different, more flavor. So
Nah, I'm not gonna lie to you. One thing that make me not want to leave fucking Toronto is the women. Like I just there's something about the females here. I just can't leave it behind. You know what I mean?
and I
Like
hear you, and I've heard about the women in Toronto. Like that's
I
been a thing that people have been talking about for years now. Like
you'd be
Toronto, just like
killing it over here. You'd be fucking killing it. Like at your height, and then the dark skin thing going. You'd be man. You'd have a good time for sure. You and my boys, yours truly. Even Jackson Stack. You know Jackson Stack.
yeah,
Even Jackson Stack, I think would do well with like white women and shit like that in Toronto. You know, it's amazing how like where you are, you might think you're one thing, but then somebody could look and see that no, if you were where I'm at, you'd be doing better. You know, because he's from
yeah.
like the DC area. I think he stays in DC area, so it would make sense why he feels like he's struggling or whatever. If you're saying it's about being tall and dark, You know,
Yeah, no, that's probably why. Now, and DC is a tough
I heard him
market
say it.
for.
I heard him say it. I heard him say it.
Yeah,
I
and
wonder. Hmm.
no, I don't know what it is, but I do well in like the big cities. I don't know if it's just because they're more like into like fashion world, so like certain builds, certain things they just like, or they're more like looks conscious, like they're more aware of like, oh, this person's got great facial structure, like they pick up on it quite more. Because I think all this stuff applies to everybody, but like people aren't even conscious of lookism, like. Like a girl might pick the more attractive dude and be like, "Oh, I chose him because he's funny." Like, come
Mm,
on now. Like, she might not even be aware of why she likes a certain guy more. But I think in
that
major
that
cities like the LAs, the New Yorks,
that's why I
DC, like
can't
places.
stand that. That's
Yes,
no, you're right, bro. But that's why I can't stand like the dating coaches with this just mindset and confidence thing because it's like yeah, at the end of the day, like people see what they're seeing. We see exactly what we're seeing. You know what I mean? You don't just see a bunch of mid-looking guys with bad bitches just being confident. You know what I mean? You're seeing like there is like a certain looks thing going on there too, more than
yeah,
anything else. You know, like the women are choosing based on looks. Um, this guy said Recca doesn't realize his potential, so he wastes his time making black pill videos instead of geomaxing. South Africa would be a great place for Recca. I think average male height is 5'7" there or less. Yo, what is this guy? Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. I am getting to the point where it's like I definitely need to like fucking uproot and get the fuck out of where I am. So maybe I will go to South Africa, or maybe I will go somewhere. We'll see. I don't have much to lose by going, so I probably would check it out. You
yeah.
know, if it's that
Nah,
fire.
I think if you were like legit about geomaxing as a black person, I think South Africa and Nigeria are probably your best bets, and I probably go
Yeah, I don't know
South
about
Africa over
Nigeria.
Nigeria more, because
I don't know about.
Nigeria, yeah, I don't know enough about. I just know like there's enough wealth coming in and out of there to where people like the trend. Because the one thing people don't think about as far as geomaxing or just moving to another country is the transition of like perks and privileges you already have here, just like cell phone service that works on a consistent basis. Like you go to the wrong country, you're not getting that. So
Mm,
these are like factors you got to think about. So I think South Africa is like a great transition place because everything that you enjoy, the luxuries we have here, like South Africa has that, and your
yeah,
competition drastically lowers. Now, it's not to say Chads and Tyrones aren't there because they are. They're all over the world, of course,
yeah,
but it
yeah.
is it is way less than
So,
in
so what
America
would
and
the
the UK.
so what would the fucking and you know something I already do pretty well over here anyway in terms of the grand scheme of the male population.
Hmm.
So I can imagine it'd be probably crazier there if the competition is better. But the thing is, like, what's the immigration situation there? Like to get over there, like what would the requirements be? Because I know you went for school or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't know the details about that. That's something you'd have to look into. Like I literally got in there on some student visa, and then my dad was like part of the school, so there was a lot of nepotism going on where, I
Mm.
literally just tagged along type of shit. Like my dad was just like, all right, whole family is moving down here. You guys will do university out here. And we're like, all right, bet. Like we didn't even, what I mean? I was literally
Okay.
fresh out of high school type thing. So I was on a student visa, and that was even that was like a problem just because my home country is very corrupt. So like there's a lot of corruption as far as like them even approving my
The
student
visa.
visa, but if you could get there on I think if you can just get hired by a company like a work visa, if you can get a job somehow down there, even like a remote position,
Do they speak
then
English? The English is their main language?
oh yeah, English because they actually have 11 official languages in South
Fuck. Because
Africa.
I was gonna say maybe I could
So
teach English.
yeah, I mean you could. I think you would have a higher like your resume would be put ahead of other people because you're coming from a American English speaking country. So like they speak English over there, and that is the language. Like everyone has to learn it in school, so there's
Mm.
definitely not a shortage of English teaching jobs. Um, and there's
Yeah, like
so
because
many private.
you know I'm talking about like the like how you can go to Japan or Korea and teach in
Yeah,
like they have the
I
same thing there.
I think they do. Yeah, I never saw, but I'm pretty sure they do. I had a buddy who did it in China and in South Africa, but he was in like the east side of it. He wasn't in Cape Town, so they definitely do that down there. It's probably less frequent as China and Japan, just because these are not English speaking countries like South Africa is.
Mm.
So,
Now
but
I'm gonna look into South Africa actually because I'm not even gonna lie, like the couple South African girls that I had like I was I was loving them. I'm not even gonna cap.
bro, they were the best.
They were
I
like,
was felt like a celebrity out there. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like my confidence, and this is
but
another
you
thing.
are
The
tall though,
fucking
bro. You are tall.
and see, but here's the thing. I didn't because I was a basketball player my whole life. I never realized my height till I got to South Africa. Like, because by the time I was a high school senior, I was probably like 5'11", pushing 6 foot. I didn't stop growing until I was 21.
Mm.
Um, but I never considered myself tall because as a basketball player, everyone around me is like 5'11". You're a point guard, like you're one of the smaller players on the court. So I literally, not that I was like full on body dysmorphia, but it was just this strange unawareness. Like, oh, the general public sees me as tall, but in my
Mm.
head, in my world, I'm playing basketball with dudes who are 6'5", 6'4", 6'3", like,
Yeah, I
you know what I
hear
mean,
that.
6'7". So I didn't see myself as tall. I just was just me. I didn't even think about these things. Like, this is me fully in my blue pill, just like normie era, like normie days, like this before any of this stuff. So I never realized I was tall. I didn't realize how significant height was. And the irony about this is my older brother is 5'4". You know what I mean? Like he did not get the height gene at all.
Yo,
Like
that
that
must
joint just
suck. Shit. How
that joint
tall are
just
you?
skipped him.
How
I'm
tall are
six
you?
two. I'm six
Yo,
two.
that
My brother's 6'4".
sucks.
And I have a
That
twin. So I have a
sucks.
twin brother and we were tall. Like my twin brother's like 6'1" and some change. I'm 6'2", but our big brother was 5'4".
That
And
sucks.
that shit
But
was
my brother's like 5'9", maybe 5'9.5", but I'm 5'7".
mhm.
So and that alone, people already want to compare. On just
Yeah.
2 inches of height, people already want to compare. You know what I mean? So I can only
hmm
imagine you have two twin brothers that are 6'2" and you're 5'4".
Bro,
I'm
I
sure
know that
people
shit.
always
I know
want to
that
shit
shit
on him
fucked
over
with
it.
me. Yeah, like family members mostly, but like so he stayed like when we left Cali, he ended up moving back as soon as he turned 18. So I'd go visit him
Mm.
in LA, and like he would introduce me to like some of his female friends and be like, "He's my little brother," and their reaction, they would be like, "Little," and it was like day and
And it
like,
just you see the
bro,
respect just go down.
the respect was different. Like they would almost kind of like, and I could see he always kind of had like stereotypical short man syndrome, like a temper, and he really did. But that's just because life dealt him like some difficult cards. And it's crazy how I guarantee like his looks, his height, like that played a lot into just like people
I
giving
need
him
to
a
do a
hard time.
video. I need to do a video on it, man, because like it, it's kind of crazy because you'll look at somebody and you'll think, even with my own self, people will think that this is just some shit that you just choose. Like I was saying when we were talking initially, where like teachers will project bad behavior and things like this onto the kids that they don't find attractive. Teachers do
Yep,
this. That alone can affect your whole fucking development. You see what I mean? Going
it
through
really
your
can.
whole school, especially those like kindergarten to like, let's say, eighth grade. High
hmm
school is more independent, but that whole hand holding time of school, like kindergarten to eighth grade, that can affect your whole development because you're gonna be they're gonna tell your parents you're being bad. Your parents are gonna discipline you. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Where if you were a cuter kid, you wouldn't even be getting it. So you know, the whole looks thing and then the height thing, like it really can shape your whole life. People will just deal like how you're gonna relate to people or how people are gonna respond to you in the world. And then at the end of
absolutely.
it all, people are just gonna tell you to just go get therapy.
bro. It's bullshit. And even like even like how the dating coaches would tell you, oh, it's about confidence. And when
That's
I
a
think
lie.
about my
I know for a fact
bro,
that's a lie.
I think about my own life and I think about how I got confidence, and I'm like, a lot of it was based off of things I was competent at, so things I was good at, which was I was good athlete, I was good at any sport, all sports. I was good at video games, and then but that was like a confidence of just like these are things I like to do. But as far as confidence communicating with people, like I think I was just like average. But it wasn't until I was in college.
Hold on, bro. Hold on one quick second. Zach Indica, just go to the description and then click on the StreamYard link if you want to hop on. But yeah, bro, you
All
said
right,
when you got
so
tall and shit.
so when I got taller and was in college, and when women started treating me differently, and I don't even like mean like women who were like interested in me. I'm talking like it could be an old like one of my early jobs. I'm just working at a grocery market type of job, and like the older ladies calling you handsome, like just like I would have moments where my boss, she was a black woman, she would like make a joke, be like let's say I make a little minor mistake or forget to do something, she would literally be like, "Oh, if he wasn't so cute, I would have fired you already." And like just
See, there's a part of
casually,
her that's not that means it.
no, I no, she absolutely meant that. Like, and that's the funny part is like
And people don't
when they,
understand. People don't understand. Like even with what you were saying with your brother, how the respect level with his female friends saw you. Like people don't understand how like the tonality and just the energy of women towards not even just looks, but towards short guys specifically. I
hmm
can't even describe it. There's like this like lack of like reverence in their tonality of how they talk. And it will shape a man's whole image of himself or how he relates to females, if that makes sense. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Versus a guy that's like tall and stuff. Women are more endearing towards you. They're more, they talk and act more feminine. You understand? The more taller you are versus the shorter. And so if women are always talking to you, like I can't even describe it. So, like I think some guys understand what I'm saying. It's like this troll type of like voice that they'll have sometimes. Like this troll, like
like
you know what I mean. If you
condescending.
if you even watch some of the smash or pass videos, just pay attention to the body language and the tonality, how the girls talk to like the shorter guys versus how they talk to the taller guys, and you would see. You know what I mean? Or go to the video. There's a video I have called "This is why girls treat you bad," and you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. With that, there was a short guy at the beginning of the video, but like that alone, it just affects the way you view yourself when it comes to women, versus a guy that's taller. So yeah, with everything you're talking about, bro, um, it's crazy. And yeah, she definitely meant it 1,000%.
Yeah,
I think your boss. I think she meant that, bro. I honestly think she meant it. Now, would she actually have fired you if you were doing your job? I don't know, but
yeah, probably not unless it was like a real serious mistake. But like, and I just started noticing myself get away with so much BS, bro. Like, or even like shit you talk about where you're like, bro, do girls like how many of y'all have ever had a girl like buy you presents or pay for dinner or take you out on a date? Like, this is shit I go through on a regular, like
I'm not
where
gonna
I
lie
can
to you
let a
guys. I've never had it. I've never had that. I'm not gonna tell you no lie. Like I've never been in any kind of relationship where the girl was just buying everything and doing. I've never had it in my life, bro.
yeah.
So it
And
really is.
one thing I will say, like if this is like your girl, like you're in a relationship, you can't do that forever. Like you can't just unless you're I don't know on a god tier level, handsome, and she just adores you forever type shit. Like you can't get away with it forever. Like she will eventually start to feel like,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right,
yeah.
like you
But
know what I mean. But
but
just
at some point it's gonna be that if
yeah,
you
at some
are
point.
there.
But like even as a man, like if you actually fuck with a girl, you're gonna be doing your part as far as like taking her out, making sure she's getting gifts and all this stuff. Like if you genuinely fuck with the girl and care about her.
Facts.
But
A lot of shit is value, bro. I'll be honest with
yeah,
you. A lot of shit is like, how you value things. So like, if you actually listen to women talk, sometimes they'll literally tell you exactly what it is. Sometimes they literally feel like spending money and doing, like, they almost feel like, oh, no, he's sure he's not that attractive. Like he's gonna have
he's
to
gonna have
make it
to
worth
spend
my
money.
while. And
Hmm.
then if the guy is tall and extremely handsome, then she's gonna feel like she has to pay her way. You know. So a lot of this just comes down to how people view value. And this is what confuses me sometimes with dating, especially certain dating coaches who seem like they have the answer. Like a Lucario is a good example. Lucario seems like he has the answer, but then at the end of the day, some of it is just comes down to it's just not true. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Some of it is fantasy talk. But bro, I'm gonna throw you back in. But thank you for this fucking call, bro.
No, no, definitely.
Because I got another guy that wants to get on, and then I'm probably gonna hop off soon.
All right, I'm gonna stay listening until you get off,
Hell yeah,
probably.
bro. Hell yeah. So
All right.
shout out to my boy Scar. Shout out to my boy Scar. Yo,
Yeah. What's good? What's good?
what's up, man?
Chilling. Hey man, you be making a whole lot of sense when you call into them shows and them those dating culture shows. I mean,
With Lucario and them.
y'all both got a point. But do you really feel like if you got taller and had a different look, you feel like it would be a whole lot better? The game would be a whole lot more easier for you?
Oh, you talking about the call that I did earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%, bro. Like, listen to what I was just talking about. Like, all right, let me give you an example. I'll
Mm-hmm.
give you an example. So, a few months ago, my granddad turned 90. Okay, so they did like a little birthday party for him or whatever. So we're at the event, and we about to take pictures and shit like that. So my uncle's stepdaughter, right, who I haven't seen this girl first of all in like 6 years, and I only talked to this girl like 2 times in my life.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that this girl said to me when we was lining up and grouping up to take the picture, she just turns around and she says to me, "Can we even see you?" You see what I'm saying? Now, if I had woke up that morning and I was 6'2", or not even 6'2", I was 5'10".
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And forget the facial structure, just me being 5'10", would she have said that? So, in other words, what I'm saying is, and this is like a family member, but in other,
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is, this would relate to a woman that I'm gonna approach on why she's gonna reject me. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or a girl who, okay, maybe she does find me decently attractive, but why she's gonna ghost me after, or why she's not gonna really be fucking with me to a certain degree. But if I woke up and I had 5 more inches of height and a better facial structure, a lot of the things that's gonna hold her back from feeling me to a certain degree,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of what's gonna hold her back is not gonna hold her back anymore. You understand? But the dating coaches, they want to convince you that your mindset is going to make somebody feel more, and it's just not. That's just not I'll be 30 years old next year, and in my 30 years, I have just never seen the work since a child. I've never seen it work that way. I've never seen it work that way.
Yeah.
I've seen that when guys were attractive, it kind of just like most people are normal. You understand? Most people are not going to act, especially with somebody they're interested in. They're not going to act in a way that just has them so down bad to where somebody doesn't like them at all. You see, where it's going to completely, like, most people, you see what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
they like to talk a lot about, oh, well, this tall, good looking guys that can't get women, or they turn women off, but that's very overrated, an overrated statement. You understand? Most guys that are tall with good looks have a attractive girl that really cares about them. That's like 90% of the guys that have the extremely good look. Let's be honest, you know? So I do honestly believe that if I woke up tomorrow, if I literally go to sleep after this live stream and I woke up and I was 5'11", and my face was a little bit better looking, I honestly think I would take new pictures, throw them up on dating apps, and then I would start cold approaching. And I honestly think within a month, my whole dating life would be enhanced. I honestly believe that.
But like, what would you do with the ones that may get intimidated? You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes girls be like, "This guy look too good." You know, I mean, not all women, but you know, some women do feel like, "Damn, he looked too good. I don't want to get rejected, so let me reject him." Like, how would you handle that side of the game when it look, you know, when you got the height and the looks? You know what I'm saying?
I
Or
don't.
those,
I think the intimidated thing is overrated too, because it's like
yeah,
how many women. Okay, so if one girl every once in a while is so intimidated and doesn't want to fuck, then fuck her. But most women are not gonna be intimidated. You know what I mean? Most people are gonna draw to you like a magnet if you're attractive. You know.
yeah,
So you know, my day, like I'm just tired of arguing on that. Like some people just don't want to. They want to purposely not get it. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And Lucario is one of them dudes, man, that just doesn't want to. He just doesn't. And the things that I'm saying goes against his brand, and I honestly think that's the reason why. Like it goes against his brand. You know, of looks don't matter. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
I do think, looks matter and shit like that. And then there's a sector of people who
Wait,
make
wait,
who
hold
ma-
on one second, bro. Somebody
yeah,
said explain what that is. The T app to the guy that commented that. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
yeah. I mean, you know, there is a sector where like, you know, looks matter, and then there are times when like, you know, um looks can look like looks is cool, but it's also like, do you got like that energy? Do you also have like that? And I don't even want to call it confidence, man. It's more so like it's like a sense of like nonchalance. It's like it's not a big deal. Like shit ain't really a big deal. And that's like your vibe is like, yo, you
Yeah,
want to
but
party?
bro, that thing that is true, but that doesn't really that shit
Yeah,
doesn't really it doesn't it's not going to be a deal breaker
yeah,
between you making major changes in your dating life or not. And that's
for
been
sure,
my argument for years on this.
for
Like
sure,
a guy who can't get no women or struggles to, you know what I mean, it's not because he doesn't have that energy. It's because he's literally not being seen and chosen. That's literally what the issue is.
for sure.
But the reason why he's not being seen and chosen is because he doesn't have looks.
I will I will say this though, Recca, like to to side with you on this, I will say this though, like if you got the looks and like if you got the looks as far as like your genetics and you look good and you tall, whatever, tattoos, whatever, like a girl see that and it's like she'll be like, wow. But then the guys who rely on game, those type of dudes, they got to rely on putting time in so the woman can like feel their energy and feel their confidence. That's the difference that I see. The guys who and I ain't trying to talk about guys like that because women have called me handsome as fuck, and I've lost ass because I was being too goofy, too funny, and like too like not serious, and I don't even care. But
That
I
is the
have
thing. That is the thing. I agree with that, by the way. You will
okay,
lose ass. You will lose ass with the wrong. But here's the thing: the
yeah,
argument is not about will it turn a woman off if you don't have the right demeanor.
yeah,
The thing is that guy. Okay, like Lucario one time used an example about how he was like, oh, like one of when he used to model, there was one of these guys. He was basically a Chad with the jawline or whatever, and the guy was basically get panicking and tripping over this one girl at an event that he was hooking up with, and then she wasn't talking to him, and then he went and he chased her down and he was harassing her, and then she ultimately rejected him. And he's like, yo, you see, there's one of the jawline niggas, but he got rejected. But here's the
yeah,
thing, that's not really the point. The point of the matter is the jawline dude had that girl and probably has a lineup of other girls that are down to fuck with him. So even if he goes and fucks all those girls and then he turns all of those girls off with that same needy energy that he had, the point of the matter is those girls still wanted him and got with him because so he still got those experiences and that opportunity. Versus the guy that doesn't have the looks, he doesn't even get the opportunity, no matter how
oh yeah,
confident.
oh yeah, yeah,
So
for sure, for sure.
that's really what my whole thing is
Oh
that
yeah,
The
Oh
difference
yeah.
between you getting women or not getting women, and that same guy that's needy or whatever, trust me, he's attractive enough that there's a girl that, regardless of how needy he is or whatever, there's a girl that's gonna sit there and buy him shit and be, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's what my whole argument is. It's not about whether your mindset can turn a woman off. The point of the matter is you're still gonna get those opportunities just off of your looks alone.
Oh
That's
yeah,
my
yeah.
whole thing.
Oh yeah,
You
no,
know, I don't care what nobody's
oh yeah.
talking about.
Oh yeah, it's a whole lot of truth in that, you know what I'm saying, as far as, getting opportunities. And also, if you look like a fucking bottom of a shoe, but you got confidence, then you got to go out there and do the numbers game like crazy, because
Exactly.
a woman may not like what she see, but then she find out that you confident, you got a good head on your shoulders, and like, you got the skills and shit like that, then you can like wear her down, and she can start thinking you're attractive and you're funny and all that other bullshit, which is cool. I just don't think guys should feel like, because I am not so good looking or not so tall, I shouldn't do nothing. Like, no, you do what you got to do. Still make moves though. And I'm glad that
Facts.
you still make moves though. Recca, for real, you be out there doing your thing, man.
No, honestly, and I try to show receipts and all of that just because I want to make sure that as I'm saying these things, I want to make sure that people know that I'm actually, because see, a lot of guys will just, like, I see this in the comments, even on
Yeah,
this very live stream, guys will just be in here arguing and
yeah,
throwing things out. But the question is, like, what experience do you even have to be making these statements? Are you just some guy watching black pill videos, or do you
for
actually
sure.
have? So that's why I try to make sure I tell stories, just so people know that I really, really am out here. You know.
Oh, for sure. Hey, True Prodigy, want to holler at you, man. I'm gonna jump off.
I was just about to say, I was just about to ask if you had anything else, so I'm gonna throw it
Yeah,
in
no,
there.
no, you cool, you cool, you cool. Do your thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
All
y'all
right,
get
bro.
to it. All right,
Salute to Jermaine.
all right.
All right, what's up, man?
All right, bro. What's
What up?
good with you? What's
Chilling,
up?
chilling.
So I got you. I got you. So I got a question for you. I've done a live streams about you or whatever. It's no hard feelings or whatever. You'll do doing your thing. I do respect it. But I got a question for you.
Mm.
Okay.
Wait, how many
So
live streams? How many live streams you did? Cause I seen the one. I seen one, but you did more.
yeah, no, it was just that one. But
Yeah.
I mentioned you in another one. But
Okay. Okay.
yeah, I got you. So I had a question for you. So do you consider yourself an attractive dude?
I think I'm decently attractive. Yeah.
Okay, on the scale
Just
from 1 to
short.
10.
Short. Yeah.
Okay, so you think you decent looking, but you short, right?
Yeah. I think the height actually brings it down.
Okay. Okay, so do you think that most guys align with you as far as like I don't necessarily want to say, dude, is your like most guys are your looks match, but do you consider yourself as like normal looking?
Normal looking.
Yeah, you just look normal, you look average. Like, do you consider yourself average looking?
Yeah. I would say average.
Okay, now do you consider most guys is like average looking, right?
No, most guys are actually below average in terms of
Okay,
sex
so
appeal. In terms of sex appeal, most guys
okay,
are
so
not going to be viewed as
no,
okay.
I'm not
Like,
talking about sex, but I'm talking about like looks. You
okay,
like your
you ever
facial.
heard,
Go
okay,
ahead.
you ever heard how, like, you've seen people say before, like, how there's the top 20% of men, right? So there's the 10% that are getting most of the ass, and then there's the 10% that do a decent job, and then 80% are invisible. You ever heard that
Yeah,
before? That's
yeah.
kind of what I believe. That's kind of what I believe. So I think in the top 20%, quote unquote, I think the you have the top 10 that are getting most, and then I think the next 10 below them is what the average is, if that makes sense. And then I think the 80% of guys that are invisible is below average, if that makes sense. That's kind of what I believe.
Okay, so you think 80% of guys are below average?
Yeah, basically, that's what invisible.
Okay, so what is your definition of below average? Below average looks wise, below average, you said sex appeal, like what is that?
For me, it's going to be everything. So
Everything, right?
specifically in terms of visual, and visual would be your demeanor as well. You understand? So if you're like a nerd or whatever the case
Okay,
may
so
be,
looks and behavior, right?
that could visually be seen. Yeah.
Okay, so both looks and behavior. So okay, so you don't just operate on one side of the spectrum. You okay, it's the looks and behavior that determines how successful you will be in a dating pool.
No.
So I think
The
go ahead.
behavior is not the behavior is I'm not talking about behavior as in your personality. I mean like literally like if you walk like you have a stick up your ass versus if you walk with some swag. That's what I mean by that's what the behavior would be by my
So
standard.
your overall swag
Yes.
and how you carry yourself.
That's part of it. Yeah. That's part of
So
it.
you don't okay, so you
Looks.
don't strictly operate on looks.
Yeah, based on what I just said, I guess not. No. Based on what I just said, but I view that to be looks though. I view that as
Oh,
part of your looks. You
oh,
understand?
it's kind of confusing because I've spoken to different types of black pillars. I guess you like you. I don't even know if you can do you consider yourself a black pillar?
Not really, because I think they're too extreme with some of their talking points.
Okay, so you don't necessarily consider yourself a black pillar, but you do consider yourself as a guy that like think looks is the end all be all, right?
I don't know about end all be all, but I know that your looks is going to be a big make or break. Basically, your
A
looks is a
big
make
make
or
or
break.
break.
Yeah, depending
Okay,
on how
so
good or bad your looks are.
okay, so do you believe as long as you're average looking, then you will have some success in the dating game or whatever?
As long as you're average looking,
As long as you are at least like at least a 5 or a 6 on a scale. It's still a super subjective thing, you know, determining like what is a 5 or a 6 is what is normal. But I'm just saying, you
okay.
know, as
If you're
far
a
as like
five,
your skill, go ahead.
yeah. If you're a 5 or a 6, and you fit into the demographic, right? Like the demeanor and everything, you fit into the demographic of what I was talking about. Then you would probably find yourself in the second half of the 20%. You understand? So in that aspect, yeah, average looking guys are gonna have something. But you know, you have some guys that like for example, some guys will be looks wise, they'll be like average looking in terms of like the fact that they're not ugly, but they're still
Hmm.
part of the 80% that are invisible because they maybe their phenotype is not a popular phenotype, or maybe their demeanor, you know what I mean, they don't have enough swag, whatever the case may be. You understand?
Okay,
But
I got
when
you.
I say swag, understand that your swag is part of your looks. Understand that you dressing with glasses and and how you dress and all that type of shit, that's part of your fucking looks.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Is looks and appearance the same thing?
This is where it gets tricky.
Yeah,
No, no, I'm gonna say
yeah.
no to that. I'm gonna
Okay,
say
go
no
ahead.
to that. I'm gonna say no to that because on my thing I talk about genetics a lot, so I'm gonna separate that. Yes,
So I would say your appearance is like a part of like your swag, I should say, right? And your looks is separate from that, which
but
means
it's
like how
not
you look in the
but
mirror.
your
Go
appearance
ahead.
doesn't compensate. Your appearance doesn't compensate. But yeah, it's separate.
Yeah. Well, it can compensate, but it really depends on the woman and what she's looking for, though. You know, like if it's a woman and she's looking for like a one night stand, then your like appearance, you know,
No, it
can
can't.
compensate.
It can't compensate though, bro. It can't compensate if your face and your height is not enough. It's not going to compensate. But
Well, do you believe
if
that
your
you need
face
just go
if
go
your
ahead, go ahead, bro.
yeah, I was gonna say if your face and height are enough, it can kind of alter the types of women you're gonna get and how many women like. For example, this is a bit like we were talking earlier in this stream. Like in the black community, this would apply more. So like you can be decent looking or whatever the case may be, but you're still struggling with women because your appearance is not up to a certain swag. You understand?
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
in that aspect, you a guy might find himself struggling, even though he is like a 5 or a 6 or whatever the case may be. I will give you that. But a guy that's let's say like a 4, or maybe he's a 5 or 6, but his phenotype, like he's a 5 or 6, but he looks like he's fucking Nigerian. You know, like just like a very plain looking Nigerian guy that's like a 5 or a 4. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, you don't have the appearance, the desirable appearance. Then you know you're done. But let's say you have a guy. But and by the way, let's say that guy's a 4 out of 10, and he's the 4 out of 10, and he has the fucking the demographic or the appearance or whatever the case may be. He might still struggle. You understand? But let's say you have a guy that's like a 7 out of 10, and then he doesn't have the appearance. He might still have something.
No,
So this
I
is what I'm
actually
saying.
agree with you on that.
Hmm.
If he's like a 7, 8, 9, or a 10, looks wise, with me, he has the face and he has the height, then I will agree with you and say that, you know, he might not have to, his mouthpiece won't really have to be that tight, you know, and he'll still be able to get matches, or he'll still be able to get women checking for him, because he might be a lot of women's preference, you know, because women like guys that are taller, you know, women like guys that have a certain bone structure and all that stuff. I will agree with that, but that's more so the exception to the rule. That's not real, and that really depends on how much the guy put himself out there. If the dude don't really put himself out there like that, he's not gonna even know how attractive he is in real life. That's why it be dudes that be like 6'2", 6'3", that's quote unquote physically attractive. They're still struggling because they don't put
That's
themselves out
overrated.
there enough.
That's overrated. The average dude that's 6'2", 6'3", unless his face is not that attractive. But let's say his face is attractive with it. The average guy that look like that, trust me, he knows whether he's attractive or not, because women is gonna be looking at him and coming up to him. Like, let's keep it
Well,
real.
what I'm saying is he can, like, I know dudes that is taller than me. I'm like 6'1". I know dudes is like 6'3", you know, that look better than I do, but they still don't get no bitches. And the reason why is because they never go out nowhere. You know, they don't go to the gym, they don't go out in the weekends, they don't have no friend, they don't have no social life, they
Yeah,
don't
if
have
they
nothing
don't know,
going
but
on. And the
bro,
only thing that they do, hold a minute, the only way they get women is off dating apps. They don't even get women off social media. They get women
good.
off dating apps, and the women that they do get is women that they don't really even want. You feel me? It's because that they lazy as hell and they don't put themselves out there. Real talk.
Is that really the reason why? Or maybe they're not as attractive as
Well, I'm not
what
gonna
you're
say
giving
that's
them
like
to
a
be?
definite thing. I think it's a subjective thing because it really depends on like the guy. You know, it's like per capita per guy. But I would say that it is a large amount of dudes that is quote unquote attractive that don't get. See, it's a difference between getting the women you want versus the women that want you. In order for you to get the women you want, you have to go out and approach those women. You feel me? You got to put forth effort. But I think a lot of the attractive guys, the quote unquote attractive guys, they specialize in getting the women that want them via the women that's choosing them, the women that's approaching them, etc. You know, like they pretty much operate on choosing signals, you know, and they like, okay, since I'm getting some play, since I'm getting some traction, then why the hell would I approach women when I'm getting like when I'm getting women, but they might not necessarily be the women that they want because they never
Well,
approach those women. You feel me?
first of all, getting the women that you want is basically you being what that woman wants also. That's how you're gonna get that woman. So going out and talking to her is not really doesn't really matter. You can get her on a dating app if you're what she wants. So that's first of all. Second of all, like bro, this whole thing about guys not putting themselves out there, and you know what I mean? Like, it's very overrated, bro. It's extremely overrated. You will find yourself with what you want and what you deserve. We don't attract what we want, we attract what we deserve, whether you go outside or not. The time that these guys that you're talking about, the time, because I'm sure they don't just stay in the house 24/7. At some point, they end up at a gas station. At some point, they end up at a grocery store. At some point, they end up at fucking Home Depot getting some fuck. At some point, they end up outside. They're not being chosen for whatever reason, and they might not be as attractive as what you're giving them to be. You understand? So,
Well,
thi- uh,
I think the difference is this, right? I think, see, I operate more on mouthpiece and personality, and you operate more on like looks and genetic determinism and stuff like that.
and,
So
and
I
just
think
and just for the record, I'm gonna let you finish that. But just for the record, like,
go ahead.
cause I know where this conversation is going. I've seen your fucking live streams, bro, and it's
Yeah.
just you walking around talking to women, and they're not interested. I'm just letting you, in case you didn't know, they're not interested. So
Well,
just talking to women
I mean,
doesn't
you
mean
pretty
anything.
I mean, like you pretty much saying the same thing that the other black pillars say. And I mean, I can show receipts of, you know, what I got going on, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. I mean, you can have that, you know, mindset if you want. You know what I mean? It's all cool. But so like the point I'm trying to make is this, like mouthpiece and like looks, not looks, but mouthpiece and like personality is like what I stand on. Like that's how I get the women that I want. And I think looks is a valid thing. I'm not gonna take that away from you. I 100% think look is a valid thing, but I think that's like you just can't coast off that and think like you're gonna get the women that you want. You feel me? Like that's my whole thing. Like it's like what you said in like the grocery stores and like the supermarkets and all that stuff, that these guys will eventually bump into those women. But it's like the problem is that they probably want the women to choose them. You feel me? Like that's the problem. And it's well, I don't necessarily want to say that's the problem. I think that's a limiting thing that they're doing versus just approaching the women that they want. And then once they talk to the woman, you know, once they actually spark positive emotion within a woman, then she can choose them accurately, right? It's what I'm saying, and not just choosing them off the surface level, just looks. You feel me?
Yeah, and
So
another thing.
Go ahead.
Regardless if you're getting receipts or whatever, keep in mind that you're 6'1" and you're light skinned. So I don't deny for a second that you're still doing your thing out here, but understand, like, this would mean more to me and the guys that are watching this. This would mean what you're saying in your, as far as your own experience, would mean more if you were like 5'5", medium ugly. Then you talking about your mouthpiece
I'm
would matter more.
6'1". Well, I would say like I'm 6'1". The light skin part, I don't necessarily think that's a huge
It matters.
contributing factor.
It matters. But yeah.
Well, I mean that's a subjective thing. We can agree to disagree on that, but I'll say this. So you can't deny that at least you see me going out there approaching women. You feel me? Like that's the whole point.
No,
like sometimes I get the women, sometimes I don't. But
I'll never knock that. I'll never knock that. But just understand that you're at a looks level where, so what if you go out and approach women? It's not really, it doesn't really prove anything. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Well,
look at the guy.
I'll say this.
That guy? You ever see that guy, I Beyond to Black? You ever saw that guy?
I've never seen him.
It's this guy that's on Instagram. Look him up. He's called if you forget, look at the playback after. I Be Onto Black, his name is. And he basically goes up to women in the fucking, typically the grocery store or Walmart, and he's just like, oh, you look so good. Can I get your, or you'll be like, oh, you look so, you know, I gotta let you know you look so good with them healthy milkshakes. So he says something, and he says, can I get your number? But what you notice is that when the women look towards his direction and see who's talking to them, you literally see their body language and energy. You could see that they think he's ugly as fuck. So I'm watching these videos for months until one day I actually seen what he actually looked like. And he was short and conventionally not that attractive. So if he comes on here talking about how, oh, you know, I've been going up to women and I have receipts and women are loving me, then, oh, shit, okay. But bro, you're 6'1". And I see what you look like. You're not bad looking. You are, but you, more importantly, you are 6'1". It doesn't matter what you're talking about or what you've been doing. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll say this right. So
the average guy struggling with women can't relate to you.
No, I got you, bro. So I'll say this right. So you know, the black pillars that join my panel, the white racist dudes, right? Where they racist, so it's automatically gonna be a degree of hate. But those dudes, according to them, I'm sub 5. You know, so that's a subjective thing in and of itself. You know,
what they like. I'm above. Who said that you're sub 5?
Bro, I mean, you can like go to my, well, I don't want to like promote myself, but it's like we got to do lasagna. I don't know if you know that dude is. You got to do Greg.
It don't matter what you got to do education. They're white. They're white.
Yeah, you got some white guys, black guys, Spanish guys that do white though. You know, I just got, you know, a lot of black pillars be haters, so they're obviously going to be biased. But it's like a subjective thing. You know, you got some guys, even though I don't like dudes judge me, but you got some guys that think I'm ugly. You got guys that think I'm normal looking, and you like guys like you think I'm above average. So that's a subjective thing. But it's like, regardless of like, and look, I do understand what you're saying. You saying like if I was like 5'6" and I was ugly in the face or whatever, then it would be a whole lot harder for me. I do agree with that. I'm not gonna like take that away. You know, I
you'd be
understand the
black
plight.
pilled
Well, I
as
don't
fuck.
necessarily want to, huh?
You would be black pill as a motherfucker, is what I'm saying. So this
Well,
is why I you know,
well,
it's
I'll say this, and I'm just gonna make it a subjective thing, but like based off of looking at it from like a bird's eye view, that a lot of the friends that I used to work with, that I used to go out with, those guys was less attractive than me. Some of them guys was 5'6", some of them guys was short, fat, and bald head, and some of them guys was like, I ain't gonna even say what I want to say, but some of them guys wasn't really that attractive. But what made them stand out was the fact that they was extremely, well, I ain't gonna say extremely, they was very outgoing, and they wasn't, and they was cool with their skin, you know, like they weren't really afraid to be who they wanted to be. Like if they wanted to curse in front of a woman, if they want to say a woman got the big titties and all that different type of stuff, just being genuinely who they are, they would be that, and they wouldn't necessarily hold back. You feel me? Me personally, like me being like when I was in my early 20s, you know, for one, I had a stutter, so that was I was already at a deficit, you know, in and of itself, just having a stutter. Oh shit! Where do you go? Damn, I didn't even know. I mean,
my bad. I'm still there.
I got you, man. So let me finish saying this, and I'll let you have it because there's one more question I want to ask you. So, just me being like anecdotal right now, like a lot of the friends that I like grew up with, you know, in my early 20s, because I can't really go back to my teen years, but in my early 20s, I used to work with and all these different things. Those guys was more unattractive than me. But the problem was they had more experience than me. You feel me? Like they weren't necessarily scared to approach women and go after what they wanted, you know. And me personally, even though I was more physically more attractive than those guys, the fact that they had more experience and they was more confident than me, you know, they was able to compensate for that. Now, granted, if I was more confident than them and I had more experience than them, then I would obviously outshine them. But it's just the fact that they was more competent than me in those areas, right? So by that, by me stating that fact, they was able to attract more women than me, you know, even though I would catch the women's attention initially. But it's like they would do little subtle things to like draw the women away from me into them, you know, just being the more funny, humorous guy and the more charismatic dude, you know. But I'm not going to deny and say that dudes that are like short and like less attractive, I'm not gonna say that like they have a harder time, but I'm just saying if those guys was just to get out there and just approach women or just put forth effort to learning how to attract women, then the odds would stack more into their favor, regardless of how tall or how short or how unattractive they think they are, right? Like that's my whole point I'm trying to make right now. And I know, like I said, I know it's gonna be hard, but if you just put forth the effort for like a couple months, then I'm telling you, at some point you will get a result. You know, like me personally, I go out to nightclubs and stuff. You see me approaching women, and 90% of the time the vibes be chill. You know what I mean? Like we talking, we having a conversation, we vibing. You know what I mean? Like that was something that I learned over a period of time. Like that was a skill that I learned over a period of time, just knowing how to like talk to women and stuff like that. A lot of guys that are like unattractive, quote unquote, don't know how to do that because they don't put themselves out there to learn how to do that. Like they being lazy as hell and all that, right?
No,
So that's really all I want to say.
I,
I don't want to take up all your
no, I
time. Go
hear
ahead,
you.
bro.
I hear you, bro. But on that last point of what you're saying about, you know, a lot of guys that are less attractive are not taking the time to go out. You're not understanding. Like me and the guy before you were talking about, like this goes back all the way back to even childhood, whereas people are already not even interacting with you from a fair energy, and you're just used to that throughout your whole life. You're used to being overlooked. You're used to being spoken to almost like people is talking down to you, especially the females. So there comes a point where you start to recognize that you're not as accepted as other men, and then you see what the other men who are being accepted and who are not being overlooked look like, and you get to the point where you realize it's not that you shouldn't try at all, but you learn to stop expecting more than what you're going to get. You understand? So it's again, you at 6'1" sitting up there saying, "Oh no, well, if you just start getting you still in that whole ramble that you just did, you still went off and started talking about, after I started going out and talking to more women, bro. You went out and started talking to more women at fucking 5'8". I mean at 6'1". You understand? And I'm gonna say it again, light skin. You went out and did that shit, and you felt like it improved, and you were able to get results. The guy that's 5'5", medium ugly, I am telling you now, it's not that advice is not really gonna do nothing for him. I'm telling you, I have seen it over and over again. And I'm gonna say it again. These stories that you have about your bald, fucking short friend who's less attractive than you, friends that were getting all these women because they put themselves out there. I'm saying it again. I'm not saying you're lying, but
Bro,
that is
I'm
extreme.
not gonna
That's
necessarily
very
say they was
overrated.
getting
It's
like
overrated.
like like
The
like
average, the
like
average
like
group
my
of
fault for
hold on,
cutting
bro.
you
Let
off,
me
but I
finish.
want to
Let
say
me
something
finish
real
this, and
quick.
let me finish this. I'm gonna give you it back.
All right, go ahead, bro.
The average group of guys. Let's say you got 5 guys that go out to the club tomorrow night. The average group of guys where you got 2 tall, handsome men in the group, 3 tall, handsome men in the group, and then 2 average at best short guys in the group. And let's say the tall guys are more quiet and inhibited. I've literally seen this with friends, by the way, with guys I've been out with friends. And let's say the 3 tall guys are not as outgoing, but the 2 short guys are. I am telling, and by the way, I'm saying short, and they're not that good looking either. It doesn't really matter how outgoing they are. More than likely, those tall guys are gonna find something. Whether that night they're gonna leave with something, or they're going to meet something that they're going to link up with the days in the days to come in the near future. And those short guys are just going to deal with a bunch of rejection and a bunch of wasted time. Literally, generally speaking, not every time, not 100% of the time, but generally speaking, this is what I've seen over and over and over and over again. Now, I'm not saying don't try, but I'm more so talking the expectations that guys need to start having and stop thinking that just by putting yourself out there more, or that guys put themselves out there more and believe in themselves and develop a mouthpiece. What the fuck is a mouthpiece? You understand? That's going to change the like my whole thing with my whole channel is to stop guys from expecting their whole dating situation to transform. And you've been trying for years and it's not changing. I'm basically trying to get guys to find peace in the fact that it's not really going to change that much. It's not. You know what I mean?
I got you, man. So let me ask you a question, right? So, like, tell me, like, what is your superpower? Like, what is the thing that I think you said you got over 100 bodies, right? So,
Mhm.
tell me, like, what is your superpower? Like, what is the thing about you that stands out? Some guys have their physique to help them stand out. Some guys, the fact that they light skin, I don't really know what that means, but some guys, the fact they light skin, it help them stand out. Some guys, the fact that they have a lot of money help them stand out as far as like confidence and all that stuff. Tell me what gives you the confidence to have like 100 bodies or whatever.
It ain't no
Like, what is
confidence or
something
not,
that's
bro. There was
well,
no
no. What I'm
confidence.
saying is,
Mhm.
like, what is your superpower? Like, what is something uplifting about you that actually puts you in a position where you could get that level of success? Go ahead.
I honestly think I just belong to a phenotype that can attract a lot of women, but I'm just average in that phenotype, which is why I've been able to just over the years just get a bunch of easy hookups. I think is my phenotype, honestly. That so, for example, some guys are gonna lose their minds when I say this. I think I fit into the same phenotype generally as King 6'8" the Great and Duke Dennis, phenotype wise. But then I'm just averaging that phenotype. So they would be like 9s and 10s, and then I'm gonna be like a fucking 4 or 5 in within the same. I honestly think I fit into their phenotype. You understand? I'm looking at all the laughing emojis in the chat. But I think that's the reason why. So some women, because I have a phenotype that's deemed attractive generally, even though I'm only average at best within that phenotype, it's still a popular phenotype. So a lot of women are still gonna fuck with me off of that, if that makes sense.
I
Does
got
that
you.
make
I
sense?
got you. So I can sort of understand. It's like the appeal, or in the phenotype, you got like the same type of like demeanor as those guys. I should say I don't necessarily know, but you think that that type of phenotype gives you the confidence to, you know, go after the women that you want, or you know, for you to get easy hookups and all that shit, right?
No, my phenotype has just gotten me chosen. Like when I get on dating apps and I swipe, you understand? And even the times where I've met women in the club and shit like that. But when I get on dating apps and when I get on Snapchat and put myself out there to women, I've been able, like last year I did 52. And in my lifetime, I'm at what the next one will be 118. That's what I've been able to do based on my phenotype that I have. No, there's no confidence involved. And I see guys in the comments saying if Recca was 6'1", he wouldn't even be here. And guys are saying Recca would be, and I agree with that. So I think facially, because I'm 5'7", you know what I mean? My body is small statured, so it's definitely not that's doing it. But I think my face alone just fits into a phenotype that 117 women in my lifetime were just like, yeah, I could sleep with him. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Honestly,
Okay, so that is the thing that's going you success, right?
basically, yeah.
I got you. So do you think that other guys have things about them that could potentially go into them success? Like, okay, maybe they might not fit in a particular phenotype, but maybe they might. Okay, example, it was a live stream that I did not too long ago where it was this 5'2" dude, this short ass 5'2" dude, right? He was the only thing that was attractive about him, you know, the fact he was light skinned and the fact that he was gym max, but he was still 5'2", you know. So that is the thing that garnered him confidence to make it seem like I'm 5'2", but I still can outshine a tall dude. Like he had that same confidence as opposed to another dude, you know, the short and bald dude, as opposed to that short and bald guy. He's 5'4", but I don't necessarily want to say, I don't know if he fit into any phenotype, but it's like a mindset thing, right? To where this one dude said he's 5'2", but he's going to do everything in his power to become as attractive as possible so he can find a mate, right? With this 5'4" bald headed dude, he said that there is no hope for me. There is nothing I could do because he's not doing anything to become a more attractive dude. Like it's like, in my opinion, I just think it's a mindset thing. It's like you have things that's working for you, you know, that's going in you success. The 5'2" dude, he had things you know that's helping him going to success. And then the 5'4" dude, he has money, you know, that could potentially help him become more attractive so he can go into success. The problem is with that dude, he's not putting forth any effort to make shit happen. You know, honestly, I don't know if he's doing it or not. I haven't really been seeing this video. That's like the only video he did with the O'Shea dude Jackson. But
yeah,
you know, I do think that a dude could go from a 5 to a 6 or a 5 to a 7 if they just put forth effort to become more attractive or whatever. But yeah,
I disagree with that because I think the number that you're at, I don't believe in looks maxing. So the number that you're at, I honestly believe you're just stuck there based on your face and height. But here's where we
you
can
don't
agree.
believe in you don't believe in looks maxing?
Unless like you're extremely down bad because but again, these are like overrated examples where somebody just refuses to cut their beard is all fucking, they look like a caveman and they haven't combed their hair in months. And like obviously if you got a guy that just, for whatever reason, maybe the way he grew up, he has a decent baseline under there. He just needs to clean up. But that's overrated. Most people are doing the things that they at a baseline. Most people are doing basic things like grooming themselves. You know what I mean? Most people. So yeah, every once in a while you have an anecdote of a guy that if he cleaned up that caveman look that he has, he could go from a 5 to a 7. Okay, but that's overrated. Most people are already doing what they need to be doing to keep themselves at a baseline. But here's where we can agree. I will say that some guys are not applying themselves fully, actually trying to apply themselves for real. There are some guys that maybe he is a 5 or a 6. If you're a 5 or a 6 and you're not applying yourself, you won't get asked. So I will agree that some guys are just sitting like short and bald dude. I do think he's cooked. But here's the thing about short and bald dude. He has had women before. He's talked about he's had a girlfriend before. So he's not, he's not as hopeless as what he's saying. You know what I mean? He's had before. So, and I think it's because he's light skinned, but he's had before compared to other guys that are like him, that are on the same level as him, but they're like darker tone, they're like browner or whatever, and then they're complete incels. I honestly think the reason why he has had a little taste and experience and not other guys, because the average guy that looks like him but is darker says that he's an incel. Like if you remember, there was a guy named Kent TV back in the day. You remember Kent TV?
Nah.
Yeah, you should go. You'd be pretty entertained. You should go look up Kent TV. Kent TV was Okay, you know he didn't succeed.
Yeah, I know who that dude is. The
Kent
fat dude.
TV,
Yeah.
yes. So Kent TV, he didn't succeed, and there's another guy named Jalil the King and another guy named Oreo Man. They were like the original black pillars, especially from like a black community. Well, he didn't succeed is not black, but especially on a black community perspective, they were like the original like True Force Loneliness. If you ever heard of that, that was like the original black pill, which is what these guys were. So anyway, that's kind of me rambling on in terms of that whole skin tone thing. But the point that I'm saying is, yeah, like there's some guys that are really not doing anything and they could have something, might not be that attractive of a female, but they might get something if they did something. But what I'm saying is most guys are trying. Most guys are swiping on the apps. Most guys are trying to go to the club. I see it all the time when I go to the club. I see awkward looking, not that attractive guys that I could tell they watched some video, some dating coach or something that told them, or some content that told them to get the fuck out the house. And you could tell that they're just trying to put themselves out there. They awkwardly come up to me because they view me as the swag guy. So they'll be like, hey man, is this your first time coming here? So guys are trying. You understand? So again, a lot of these examples that you and Lucario and other dating coaches will throw out there, like, oh well, these guys don't get pussy, but the reason why is because they don't do this, this, and that. So that's why all guys are not getting, and that's not why all guys are not getting. Most guys are not getting because they're not desired and they're not being chosen. Really?
I'll say this, right? So you can help a dude that's trying, right? Via, okay, let's say a dating coach told you to approach, and I'm not a dating coach, but I'll say this. So let's just say a dating coach told you to approach 10 women a week.
Mhm.
You a dude, you new in the game, you don't, really know shit, right? So he wants you to approach women so you can go into some level of experience, talking to women or whatever, right? And he's telling you the minimum requirement is 10 women. And it's been a whole week, right? And you come back to him and he tell you, how many women have you approached this week? I told you 10. Tell me how many. Well, I've only approached one, or I've only approached 2 women. Like, bro, it was a dude, right? Like real talk. This dude, he's average looking, average height. He's slightly taller than you, and in my opinion, he looked better than you in the face. Just as weird for me even saying this. Even though you would probably you got way more bitches than him. But I'll say this dude, and if he listening, he know who the fuck I'm talking about. It's not really just him, but he's the worst case. It's this dude. I'm not gonna say his name. This dude approached 2 women within a span of a fucking year. 2 women within a span of a year. And this dude is 5'9", 5'10", and he looked like the average or like slightly above average in the face. And this dude approached 2 women in the span of a year. And the only reason why he approached those 2 women because they was his preference, that was his type, because he's into, I'm not gonna even say the name because I don't want to put nobody's stuff out there, but he only approached those 2 women within the span of a year. And this is facts. I can show you receipts of this, of him saying this. So what I mean is you can have a dude within a span of a year, he only approached 2 women. So the point I'm trying to make is this: you can have a dude that's putting forth effort, but they're not putting forth enough effort. Like if you a dude and you approach, I'm not gonna say 25 women a day. That's kind of crazy. Well, I don't know what context 25 women a day entails, but I'll just say off motherfuckers saying it, that's kind of crazy. Maybe in New York or like Cali, maybe that's possible. But anyway, so if you say approach 25 women a day, then that's just off the law averages, you're bound to get 1 woman. But a lot of dudes aren't even trying to approach 5 women a day. They're not even trying to approach 3 women a day. And the reason why I believe it is because of it's confidence, bro. It's a confidence issue, because it's like you said earlier, RECCA, you said that a lot of dudes, in their upbringing, they was always told that they was ugly, unattractive, you would never get any women because you short, all these different things, right? So by them being reinforced that, like people reinforcing that, telling them that they're not attractive, you know, like it's gonna beat at their confidence pretty much to a point where why would I even bother approaching women? Like, why would I even bother doing it when I know I'm gonna get rejected? You know, it's like a waste of time. Or why would I bother approach, you know, trying to build my confidence or trying to become more attractive when I know it's like a fruitless thing. It's like a waste of time doing because
first of
of
all,
me being bullied in high school and because of, you know, women telling me I'm unattractive, right? So I honestly think it's a confidence issue, and dudes think they're self-defeated already. It's
I'll
just
tell
like a
you
waste of
something.
time trying to build my shit. But go ahead.
I'll tell you something. I fit into that category of what you're talking about, with these guys getting told they're not attractive and all this stuff. That's how I grew up. But here's the thing. Even with me being told that there was women here or there that actually liked me or found me decently attractive, I was still called cute here and there. You understand? Especially as I was getting older, I was getting stared at here and there by women that I viewed to be above average. It was happening here, so I was getting enough positive reinforcement to let me know, okay, nah, maybe you should actually try with this women thing because you're getting some kind of feedback. So if you're a guy that every single female that you've ever tried to even look at or talk to or anything has rejected you, and you're not ever getting stared at, and you've tried already here and there to cold approach, or you've tried to do to you know what I mean, to put yourself out there, after a while, what is the point? You see what I mean? So
Well, it goes back to like confidence and effort, bro. It's like I said, you know, like you're not really like it, like you got your confidence from women here and there telling you you're cute or whatever, right? You know, so it's like maybe if a woman here and there telling me I'm cute, maybe I can make this happen with some women, right? So you
yeah,
may have a guy exactly. Now you might have a guy that is typically like I just said, more attractive than you are, right? But the fact that he probably wasn't told he was attractive, you know, it was, and probably because he ain't got no swag, you know, he don't know how to dress, he don't know how to put himself
I
together.
agree.
So
I
that
agree with that. I agree with that.
exactly. So that can be a contributing factor too, because it's like, what's the point of you looking good if you ain't really got no swag or whatever? But the fact that he don't have these key things that, you know, that can enhance his attractiveness, you know, it could put him in a box of just not really being like most women wouldn't see this guy as a potential mate because of that, right? So it's gonna like hit at his confidence. Like I've never had no women telling me that I'm attractive at all, even though, you know, according to the black pillars, I might be a like an average looking dude, you know, but according to like my own anecdotal experiences, you know, living my life, I've never had no women tell me I'm attractive. So it's like I'm not really getting my confidence from nowhere. I'm not getting my confidence from my internal, which me believing I'm confident, and I'm not getting my confidence from people validating me, telling me that I am attractive, which is, you know, me. What am I trying to say right now? Which is people like you know, telling me that I am attractive, which is raising my confidence, right? So I'm not getting confidence from nowhere. But my thing is, it's more than one way you can get your confidence. You know, let's just say you look ugly in the face, but but you like 5'9", you average height. Okay, you average height, and you know, like you are like you're not me. You feel me? Like you wouldn't like you're not a stuttering idiot, you know, like me, right? So the fact that you have so the fact that you are articulate to some degree, and the fact that you are like 5'9", okay, you can use that as like it's like the foundation, right? And then you build from that. Okay, now I can go to the gym and build my physique, and maybe if I build my physique, I might get attention from that as well, right? You feel me? It's just that you like you're not getting your confidence from nowhere, you know. So at that point, you have to do things to build your confidence up via going to the gym or just like looks maxing, right? You feel, even though I know that's something you really don't like believe in, but what I'm saying is, you know, for the average guy that don't get confidence from like external means, then you have to like build your confidence, you know, through competence, I should say. So yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, and then I'm gonna throw you back in. I'm gonna just be honest with all of what we're
Hold
talking
on,
about.
I got one more question for you. I got one more question for you, and then I'm gonna go ahead and dip out.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say that's 6 inches shorter. and a little bit uglier face, I'm telling you, you would have a black pill channel. And that's really all I have to say at the end of all of this. You know what I mean?
All
I
right,
think you're not understanding. But yeah, what's your question, man?
I got you. So I'll say this. Okay, so like, what exactly is your issue? Well, you probably know my issue with Lucario, but like, what is your like thing with Lucario? Like, you call into his show, you know, is you trying to get advice from him? If you trying to like, are you trying to
I
argue?
think,
Like, what exactly
yeah.
is your deal with that? Because it's like, I think it's like, it's sort of like circular. It's like you coming up there asking like the same type of question. I'm just curious on your disposition on it. Like, I don't
Yeah, because
understand.
Lucario and them, they're good if you tell a story to them about, yo, this happened with this chick. They're good at being able to tell you where you went wrong. That's majority of the reason why I like to call into their show. Like, they'll tell you that, yeah, you shouldn't have did this, or you shouldn't have did that, or you shouldn't be, don't go pick the girl up, or don't go do. Like, they're good when it comes to like specific. Like, the game shit is really good when it comes to how to spot that a girl's not really fucking with you and how to go about dealing with women. My disagreement with them is when they start going off into this, like, that guys should, the reason why guys are not getting girls is because of mindset. And same shit, your type of shit you're saying. Oh, guys
Yeah.
are not getting girls because they don't have game, and like, and how, and then another thing is they try to tell you, like, for example, whenever I call in and I'm like, yo, girls are not fucking with me past one link, or you know I'll explain something that will point to the fact that a lot of it is just looks, and they'll be like, nah, it's game. So on one hand, there's a lot that like there's it's like I find Lucario's whole brand and the information he says to be like, it's kind of like religion. It's like truth mixed with lies. You know what I mean? It's like you can literally feel the truth in certain aspects, but then it just totally contradicts itself, and it just says things that are just not true. And that's what Lucario and all those guys do. So yeah, that's right why it feels so circular when I interact with them, because on one hand I believe some of the things that he's saying, but then some of the things I honestly think he's lying. And not being I think he's being disingenuous in some ways. Like with the whole looks don't matter thing. You know what I mean? Just telling somebody that the truth is inside them is not going to stop them from seeing the reality that the girl that they want keeps the type of girls that they want keep rejecting them and overlooking them, and then be with some fucking insecure. He's insecure. Just he's the same type of guy that you're saying shouldn't be getting women, but he's tall with good looks. You see what I'm? You see how disingenuous that is? So that's the whole thing. I honestly think like he honestly think his whole brand and a lot of what he's saying is just to lure guys into the bad boy membership and for coaching. I honestly believe, but then he still knows the truth and he still knows what he's talking about in certain ways. So he fucking throws a little bit of that out there, but then just covers it all back up with lies. So
Well,
that's how I feel.
Well, I'll say this, and I'm gonna go ahead and dip out because I want to take up all your time. But
All right.
I understand why he do what he do. Like what I'm about to say right now is really just my opinion, so don't take it as the gospel truth. But I'll say this, right? So the reason why he do that and say looks don't matter, because he don't want to get guys in the mindset of thinking that, if I don't look this way, then it's over for me. Or if I'm not this height, it's over for me, right?
I agree.
He want to like give guys a chance to where, even though you don't look, and I actually agree with that, but I understand it is misleading. It is bullshit. Like I do understand, like he do be manipulating or whatever, right? I said this on my channel, but I do understand I understand the underlying reason behind it, because he don't want to get guys too caught up in looks, because it's like, if you think it's all about your looks, then you're going to do everything in your power to look better. But if you just, it's like I said in one of in my past live streams, right? Like you're focusing on the external shit, right? But you're not focusing on the internal.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
And this is what
that
I
is what
didn't say.
Lucario like more
Yeah.
so like want to get guys to focus on, like more of like the internal, like
This is
who
what
they
I
are,
didn't. That's
their
that's
self-esteem, their
also
confidence, and things like that. But
that's
yeah,
also what I didn't say. is that my whole thing with Lucario is that I firmly believe that your fucking internal is not gonna compensate. So when he says looks don't matter, I just don't agree with it because I know for a fact that if you are below a certain height and face, your internal is not going to compensate for the fact that you don't have the height and face. And he swears up and down that it can. You understand? And that's another thing. So I see what you're saying, that he doesn't want guys focused on that, but what's the point? And then, he also says the game ain't about women and it's about you. And I understand. I do get where he's coming from with that, but the whole purpose of why people are following you in the first place is the women part. So just covering up when people challenge the whole looks don't matter thing, covering that up by just saying that the game ain't about women anyway. What is that? You know what I mean?
Well, okay, so I don't really want to speak too much on this, but I'll go ahead and like give my opinion or whatever. But when Lucario say looks like okay, the game isn't about women, right? To a degree, that is true. The game is about you, and the game is about you, meaning that the game is about what you want. You feel me? Saying the game is about you
I
is
agree.
like it's not necessarily the full context. Like you saying that it is like if you a dude and you don't know how to read in between the lines, like you're not gonna really like understand. But if you say the full context in which it entails, which is saying that game is about what you want, then it makes a lot more sense, because the game, in my definition, or what the definition is just a strategy to get from point A to point B, or desire or a strategy to get what you want. Then if you say the game is about what you want, it makes sense. So that could be anything. That could be women, that could be cars, that could be clothes, that could be money, that could be a myriad of different things, right? So that is what he mean when he said, but I will say women are 100% in the equation, like real talk. Like women
Yeah.
are 100% in the equation, but saying the game is about you is a valid thing, but you got to finish that and say the game is about what you want. But I
Trying
mean,
to say
that's
that it's
real.
not
I
about
mean,
women
that's
is
their
cap,
brand. So it is what it is.
honestly. But yeah, bro, I'm gonna throw you back in and shit like that. But thank you for coming on.
All right, bro, take it easy, man.
Of course. Shout out True Prodigy, man. Shout out to True Prodigy. Um, yeah, guy, it is what it is, man. There's gonna be different philosophies that people believe in out here, and it just is what it is. But you know, and I'm probably gonna get out of here in a little bit. I'm gonna get out of here at the 4 hour mark. 4 hours is crazy, but this stuff is really deep and really dark. It's all about evolution and natural selection. All of us look the way we look based on the choices of our mothers. Was she shallow? Was she choosing looks? Well, I know for a fact my mom was not choosing looks. I know that for a fact. I know she said that out of her mouth. So, and my grandmother wasn't choosing looks either. So now on my grandmother's side with my grandfather, she chose looks, but the other grandmother did not choose looks. Viewers going up on this channel, love to see it. Yeah, 4 hours is crazy. No, I ain't saying she said it that bluntly, but I'm just saying she's kind of already hinted at the fact that she didn't choose for looks. Hey, yeah, my mom's Jamaican. Get the likes up. Because when your bald is over, is that really true? Can't you just put a hat on? And if your facial structure is good and you're tall, there'll be something for you. If anybody wants to come up here, call in now, because at the 10-minute mark, basically at the next at 2:30, it'll be 2:30 over here. When 2:30 comes, I'm out of here. So it's basically a countdown now. I'm about to get the fuck out of here in less than 10 minutes. Confidence is definitely genetic, but it's also, I could tell you personally, it's also a reflection of how attractive you think you are. I mean, how attractive you've been treated. It's over for most men. I don't know what he's talking about. Most is out here fucking trannies. Who said that? Like when most is fucking trannies, what are we really talking about? Yeah, I think people are gonna be taller and good looking. Like we can already see this has been happening. We can already compare like what people look like 100 years ago, even 50, 30 years ago, compared to how we're looking now. Like most of you guys probably notice you might not be the biggest Tyrone and Chad in the world, but you notice you probably look slightly better than your father do on some level. It's genetics. It's natural selection. Confidence comes from your looks and your upbringing. It does. Definitely, if I was getting women back in high school, I would have been like I already told a story about that baddie the first week of ninth grade that could have came back to the crib. I can't help but think if I had sex with her, how would that view like how would that view me for every other how would I view myself for every other fucking female? And to the guy who brought up earlier in the live, somebody did a review on me. Drop what's his name? DJ Kuda? Like drop his name again. I disagree. People looked great in the 70s and 80s. What the fuck are you talking about? Their facial structures were not as attractive as the people in the now. Like people objectively are more attractive now than they've ever been. That's facts. And aging better and all of that. Shit, man, I'm getting tired as fuck. I'm probably gonna get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm getting tired as fuck. Yeah, it's ran its course. Well, thank you to everybody that came through here. Wait, I have one more person trying to come up. All right, let's get this guy in here. Solo. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Chilling, chilling.
Hey, I just been following you for a minute. I just figured I'd pitch in for a few minutes. Yeah, I agree with like a lot of stuff you're saying, bro. Like, definitely like agree with your perspective and everything. Um, yeah, bro. Like, I definitely like have like a lot of strong input, like agreeing with your stuff and like seeing both sides of the field, like both like someone who can't get women and then someone who can get women. It's like, yeah, I really do agree with you on a lot of stuff, bro. Hello?
Hey, my bad, bro. Can you repeat that one more time?
Oh yeah. I was just saying yeah, I just really messed your stuff, bro. Like I agree with like a lot of your content. I've
Mm.
been following you for a few months, and yeah, man, I definitely see the growth in your channel, and I just want to give you like some props and respect.
Oh, hell yeah.
And
Appreciate it, bro.
yeah, can you hear me?
Appreciate it.
Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear
Yeah,
you. I
yeah.
kind of cut off
But
before.
I definitely wanted to like speak for like just like two like a few minutes and give like a like a quick perspective on like how I see things, like because I feel like it could really like benefit to what you've been talking about. Um, but like pretty much like because I've seen like how both sides of the field work, like when it comes to like being able to get women and then being able not to get women. You know what I mean? And because like growing up, like like I was short, in middle school, and luckily I had hit a growth spurt, and that helped out. Um, and on top of that, like I do got some of the looks, genetically, but I know what it's like to be short, and I know what it's like to be like unattractive to women, and like when people like try to like put this like facade and like they try to like run game around it, and like they try to like sugarcoat the truth, like yeah, like I see right through it, bro. Like I agree with like a lot of the stuff that you talk about. Like you talk about like how people how they sugarcoat the truth, and you know how like if a woman's not feeling you, like you gotta talk to her a certain way and you gotta act a certain way. But in reality, like if a woman's feeling you, like you can just act however you want, and it just is what it is. You know what I mean? So can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Loud
yeah.
and
So
clear.
like yeah, but yeah, bro. Um, like whenever a woman is just like feeling you like physically, like you can just pretty much like I tell guys like, hey, like if you really want to know how a woman's feeling you, just act stupid around her. Just like act stupid, like act completely dumb, and just see how she reacts. And if she's reacting like disgustingly, she's probably really not that attracted to you from the get go. And if she is attracted to you, she'd probably be laughing. She'd be agreeing with everything you're saying. You know what I mean? Because like one thing an unattractive man could do, she'll find disgusting. But another thing, an attractive man she finds, like physically appealing, she'll agree with everything she does. You know what I mean? So, and yeah, man, that leaks down in everything in life too, like in the job world, and you know what I mean, and just like dating and like going to the gym, like all that. You just see the truth everywhere, bro. Like so. But yeah, man, like you definitely bring up like a lot of strong points, man, and so but but yeah, man, another thing is uh are you still running the show, bro? I'm not trying to like run you off too long. I think he fell asleep. Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Hey,
Yo, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna come back on here tomorrow
oh yeah. Hey,
earlier,
hey,
and
let
I
me
want you to call in because I'm like
oh
literally
definitely,
like
yeah.
dozing off.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna call you tomorrow, bro. Hey,
Yeah, call
take
me
it easy,
tomorrow.
bro.
So hold on to that thought and call me tomorrow, and then we'll chop it up. Cause I'm literally dozing off on you, bro.
All right, bet.
I gotta
Take
get the
it
fuck
easy,
off
bro.
here. But
All right.
appreciate you, bro.
All right, take it easy, man.
Shout out to my boy Solo. So call it tomorrow, and I'm gonna answer his question because I'm listening to him and I'm literally like blanking out, like I'm literally going black. So, but thank you to everybody that called in, all my guys that called in, my boy Scar, my boy motherfucking Prodigy. Holy shit, man! I didn't even realize how late it is. And we're basically at the 4 hour mark. But shout out to everybody that was in the chat. Everybody that called in, we chopped it up. We had a good talk. But yeah, falling asleep is not the move. All right. But anyway, like the video, comment down below. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna come back tomorrow around the same time, like around 7 or whatever. So anyway, peace.